Okay, Chair, we're now streaming live on YouTube. If you can unmute, and when you're ready, would you like to start the meeting?
Thank you, Wendy. Yes. Good morning and welcome to East Devon District Council's Virtual Planning Committee on 7th of April 2021. I'm your Chair, Councillor Eileen Wragg. I would also like to welcome anyone watching the meeting via the live streaming. All participants here today are taking part remotely, and as well as being live streamed, the meeting is being recorded. So please bear this in mind throughout, and may I remind you to be careful with your language. May I also remind members that the Code of Conduct applies throughout the meeting. We also reserve the right to remove and disconnect any participant who is disrupting the meeting by whatever means. As this planning meeting is dependent on internet connection and a power supply, in the event of a break in the internet connection or power cut, please bear with us as we try to reconnect. After 15 minutes, if we are not able to reconnect, we will consider the meeting adjourned and reconvene at a later date. Please check the committee page on our website for details. Please make sure all phones are turned off or on silent, and make sure all microphones are muted when you are not speaking to avoid any background noise levels. Keep points short and do not repeat points that have already been made, and do not interrupt. If you wish to comment, please raise your electronic hand. I think it's yellow now, not blue, and wait to be called. All councillors have been sent the agenda for today's meeting. Any members of the public who want to view the agenda can do so by visiting our website www.eastdevon.gov.uk. We will now start the meeting by doing a roll call of committee members here present. Can you please now unmute your microphone, and when you hear your name, please confirm by saying present. When you have confirmed you are present, please mute your microphone again. Wendy, can you read out, please, list of names? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with you, Chair. So Councillor Wragg.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Coleman.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Present.
Councillor Dasaram.
Present. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzard.
Present.
Councillor Key.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Pook. Councillor Pratt.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Whibley.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Present. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair. Chair, I believe you're on mute.
Yep. Yeah, we are correct. Agenda item 1, an apology from a planning committee member, and just to very briefly say that this follows a letter that was sent to the Exmouth Journal by Councillor Philip Skinner last August, in which he expressed concern at our withdrawal from the Greater Exeter strategic plan, but he made some unwelcome comments which were defamatory, and he's agreed with the monitoring officer and myself to apologise to me for the comments he made, which were personally about me. Thank you. Councillor Skinner, just very briefly, because we've got a long agenda.
Thank you, Chair, and it is addressed to yourself. And I would like to address a complaint that has been made about comments I made in a letter I wrote into the Exmouth Journal. The letter was published on Wednesday, the 5th of August, 2020, in relation to the council's approach to guests. I would like to say that at that time, I had genuine concerns about the way the new administration was approaching guests, which is clear from the letter which
Chair, I think I've already outlined that, Councillor Skinner. Just a straight sorry and have done with it. Thank you.
Well, I'm just coming up to the... You just caught me just as I'm coming up to the reason why.
Well, I've already given the reason, Councillor Skinner. Can you just because we've got a long agenda, just a quick sorry. I'm not, I take no pleasure in this whatsoever, but it just needs setting straight. Thank you.
I'll take this opportunity to openly and sincerely apologise for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skinner. Your apology is accepted, and hopefully we can put this behind us and move on. Thank you. Right, agenda item 3, minutes of the previous meetings held on 10th and 17th of March, pages 6 to 19. If anyone has any comments on these minutes, would you please raise your electronic hand? Otherwise, I'll take this as an indication that you all agree the minutes of the previous meetings. Thank you. I see no hands raised, so I take it that those minutes are approved. Thank you. Agenda item 4, apologies. Wendy?
Yes, we've received 3 apologies, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Howell and Councillor Pook.
Thank you. Right. We've got two agenda items for, so we'll call that fine. Declarations of interest. Could I say that I have, I'll step out of the chair for the applications which come up in the Exmouth Town Ward, also a personal declaration of interest in the item 100 for 105 Victoria Road. That's application 21799 full. I live 7 doors from 105 Victoria Road, but I have discussed this when a previous application came forward with the monitoring officer by email. It won't impact upon our property. So it is purely a personal interest that I think I should declare. Right, any other declarations of interest? You taking this, Wendy?
Yes, please. I'll do it in alphabetical order. So if I start with Councillor Bloxham.
Yes, thank you. A personal interest for agenda item 13, 22834 COU. As a member of the licensing committee, this application could come before that committee at a future date. So I'd just like to declare a personal interest. Also received lobbying emails about the same agenda item. And agenda item 16, 22825 COU, again, a personal interest as a member of the East Devon Traveller Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bloxham, and thank you for saying that, because I didn't realise until just a couple of weeks ago that I was also on licensing as from last December. Totally unaware of it. So similar to Councillor Bloxham, I'm on the licensing committee, which this application will go before as a licensing matter, and also that I had lobbying emails as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Bloxham, for the last declaration, you said you were a member. I didn't catch what you was a member of. East Devon?
It's the East Devon Traveller Forum.
Traveller Forum, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown?
Yeah, ward member for application 21/0030 Untays Barn, and ward member for 21/0372 Barn at Otterview.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain?
No declarations of interest, Wendy, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coleman.
Yeah, I'm an Exmouth Town Councillor and I've received various representations about application number 13 near the Manor Hotel Beacon.
Personal declaration.
It's just to receive those, but just town councillor. and
The
I've received
lobbying. Yeah, the lobbying.
Lobbying emails, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Davey.
Yes, similar. I'm an Exmouth Town Councillor, so that's in respect of items 12 and 13. And I've also received a number of emails about item 13.
Thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Likewise, Wendy, thank you. An Exmouth Town Councillor. I have been lobbied on item 13 and item 12, and I think, unless the protocol is wrong, that as it says, the application is before members, as the application is submitted by East Devon District Council on land owned by the East Devon District Council, I therefore declare that as an East Devon District Councillor, obviously the application is on our land. So I put that, you put that somewhere in the declaration. I mean, whilst it's not my land, clearly as a district councillor, it is relevant to raise it, I feel, as we have done that on previous such issues.
Thank you, Councillor De Sarum. Councillor Gazzard.
Yes, yes, Wendy. Item 12 and 13. I am a Exmouth Town Councillor, and as Councillor Bruce De Sarum has just said, just to declare that I'm obviously a district councillor, and item 13 is being put forward by Street Scene of East Devon District Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Yes, Wendy. Ward member for item 210030 full and 210372, and lobbied on the manor, which is 202834.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Yes, I'm the ward member regarding item 201647 and item 21316. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
I've just got the one that is the one that you sent to me, Wendy, which is everybody's got to ring you just when you open your speaker up, don't they? Which is the one on 13, which on here, just as a matter of clarification, on the email that you sent, you put 23824. On here, it says 22834. So I'm just assuming it's 22834 that's on here and not the email that you sent.
Yeah, apologies. That's probably my error.
So it's fine. No, it's fine. It's not a problem. It's just a simple thing, but it just to make that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Skinner, through you, Chair, could you just clarify what interest you are declaring on that application?
Wendy sent a letter through to, I believe, to all councillors, I think it was, and it's just the letter that Wendy sent through that I happened to see.
It was
Thank
lobbying
you.
then. Thank
just
you.
Just a lobbying letter, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Whibley.
Hi, thanks. I am an Exmouth Town Councillor, ward member for the two Exmouth applications. I am chair of licensing as well, which obviously, as has been previously stated, it may come before licensing at some point. I have received lobbying emails, and I have also had 2 phone conversations with a resident, and I'm sure there was something else. Oh, and the sort of disclaimer about it being East Devon land as well. And those are all personal interests. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With the 2 telephone conversations, which application was that for?
Sorry, that was the Manor Hotel one. Cheers.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. Yeah, in respect of applications 12 and 13, yes, I'm a Exmouth Town Councillor. And then in respect of 13, again, I've had the same lobbying emails from Mr. and Mrs. Hughes and Mr. and Mrs. Hurley. And I'm also on the licensing committee in case that comes up. And I'm also obviously a East Devon District Councillor in respect of number 12. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Wendy. Right. Next agenda item, confidential or exempt items. There are no confidential or exempt items to discuss. Agenda item 7, appeals statistics. That's page 20. Over to Mr. Rose, please.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everybody. So yeah, you'll see on this committee there's 9 appeal decisions. I'm pleased to say that 7 of those were dismissed. 2 were allowed. The 2 allowed, one related to an educational school in the countryside in Poltimore. It was refused on the basis of its isolated location and concerns locally about traffic to the site, but the inspector disagreed with that and felt that the applicant had justified the location for the school in that case. And the other one related to works to a listed building where we were concerned it was harming the fabric of that listed building. But again, the inspector disagreed with us on that one. And there'll be a report. So we've reached the end of the financial year, so there'll be a report going to Strategic Planning Committee shortly outlining our performance for the last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, agenda item 14. Application 201647. It's a major full application, and 201648 listed building consent, Solston Manor Hotel, Ottery St Mary, on page 89. Right. I'd like to welcome Mark Gifford, and Martin Littlemore, Chris Riley, and Councillor Richard Copus to the meeting. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, would you like to present your report, please?
You're calling Mark Gifford to give a report?
No, I'm calling Mr. Rose to give a report. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is an application for 13 dwellings in the grounds of this Grade 2 listed building, plus an extension to the building to form 2 dwellings and a further small single-storey extension at the rear to enlarge 2 dwellings previously granted. So it's before you because it's contrary to the view of the ward member. It's a major application. Works have commenced on site in relation to a 2013 listed building consent application. And it's relevant to note that the building has historically been on our at-risk register. So the site's in the open countryside to the west of Ottery St Mary, and you'll see from the report the consents there. The site has been vacant for a number of years. There were applications in 2013 for listed building consent and a very large extension on this end of the buildings, which got granted consent in 2015 as enabling development. So it was accepted at the time that the site's outside any built-up area boundary, but it was accepted that the additional accommodation was required to enable the finance, in effect, to finance the works to bring the listed building back into use. There was then a further application in 2018 for variation on that. Those applications were withdrawn. And I understand it last year we had new owners take over the project and they are now putting forward this alternative scheme. So you can see the site here, you can see relation to the surrounding property and the grounds. And if I just move on, so we've got the main building in the centre of the site, got 2 units added to the end, a run of 4 dwellings down here, the group of dwellings around here, 5, and another 4 running up that boundary of the site. So down this bottom corner, you can see we've got parking at the rear and 4 units proposed as such, and they appear as this. So you can see they're trying to replicate some sort of stables outbuilding design, upper floor in the roof. And then we've got this block of 5 to this edge, and you can see that there's trees retained on the boundary here. And again, that's the design of those bigger buildings. lower ground level and 2 upper floors, again, of a design to match the remainder. And then we've got those further units, 10, 11, 12, 13, that are to the north of the site. And again, sort of stables design with upper floors in the roof. And these are the floor plans for them. So you can see the ground floor areas. And then when you get up into the roof space, we've got stairs, attic and bedroom space facing that direction, facing the direction of the adjoining properties, which I'll mention. And then we've got an extension on the side of the main dwelling proposed here to create 2 more units, and a single story extension across the rear to enlarge those 2 flats previously granted consent. So these are the elevations these are the dwelling being refurbished, and you can see the extension on the side there to form the 2 extra units. And then in context, you can see the site with extension, 4 units down there, 4 units up here. And this is the site layout with landscaping. So again, main dwelling, 4 units down here, this block of 5 over here, and the 4 running up there, and you can see the relationships with the surrounding properties. And again, landscaping scheme put in, so you can see how the gardens to the site are going to be landscaped. And hard paving. And so this is the entrance, this is the building. As I say, grade 2 listed, was in a poor state of repair. The applicants spent considerable time repairing the chimneys and repairing the roof. At one point a few years ago, the roof was virtually non-existent. And you can see the rear elevation. So we've got 2 units proposed on the end here, a single story extension across the back. That's the front. And then we've got 4 units proposed on this tree down on that corner of the site. And then we've got 4 units proposed in this corner of the site, and you can see the relationship with some of the adjoining properties here in this part of the site. And again, so 4 units over here, and you can see the relationship to existing properties. And this is the gatehouse down the other end of the site. There's 4 units proposed in the foreground here. And that's the access and a further photo of the site. So the application was originally for 15 dwellings. It's now come down to 13 dwellings. So originally on the upper part, or on this part of the site here, there were a further 2 dwellings that were proposed. They've been removed from the scheme because of the relationship to neighbouring properties. So 13 dwellings are proposed, and there's 13 flats within the existing building that's partly covered by the 2015 consent. And as I say, the application is put forward as enabling development. So it's put forward on the basis that the new dwellings are required to finance the repairs and the refurbishment of the listed building and to bring it back into use. In terms of the principal development, we're outside the built-up area boundary. So there's no local plan, no neighbourhood plan policy support for the proposal, and it is a departure. But in planning policy, there is the MPPF at paragraph 202, supports enabling development where the benefits of a proposal for the enabling development which secure the future of a heritage asset outweigh the disbenefits. So there's a balance there that officers have made and members will have to make on whether the benefits from this scheme of bringing the listed building back into use outweigh the harm from the location of the dwellings in the countryside. You'll also note from the report that the applicant's been through a viability appraisal process with us, and that's to demonstrate that these are the minimum number of units required to justify the development. And we've been through that process, and that's been accepted by our in-house viability consultant and by Plymouth as an independent consultant. As you'll see from the report, we're supporting the proposal in principle on the basis of the benefits of bringing this listed building back into use, and they're considered to weigh heavily in favour of the proposal, acknowledging that it's proposing residential development in the countryside that doesn't accord with local plan or neighbourhood plan policies. With regards to the design and impact, it's mainly stonework, some painted brick, natural slates, and some timber boarding to the buildings. As you've seen, plots 1 and 4 have this terraced, or these units here and these units up here have this sort of a terrace effect going on, and then we've got a courtyard being proposed here. You'll see from the report, the landscape architect's been closely involved in the scheme and the layout, as has the conservation officer. And this follows the 2018 application that was withdrawn because there were concerns about the design and the impact on the listed buildings and the locations. In terms of the impact on neighbours, these units are fairly close to Salston Gate here, but they face the side of the property. There's car parking to the rear. There's only windows in the roof, and there's hedge and tree planting to that boundary to protect their amenity. This area here, you can see there's a large woodland area between it and the closest property, so there's no impact on amenity from them. And then with regard to these units at the top, you can see the relationship with the closest properties here. As I say, 2 units at the top were removed from the scheme as previously submitted. We've got rooms in the roof, but most of the main accommodation is at ground floor. And with regard to these windows in the elevation here, they'll look out over the grounds. There's an angled view of the side towards this property. But again, we've got sort of 10, 15 metres to the boundary of the property, and there's a hedge along there that's proposed to be retained. And then we've got sort of getting on for 20, 25 metres towards you get to the house and the main or the rear amenity area of that property. So given that relationship, it's considered not to be harmful and certainly not to an extent that we'd be able to justify refusing the planning permission. So on balance, it's enabling development. So we feel that the benefits from these units bringing the listed building back into use justify the 13 dwellings in the countryside location. And as I say, we've been through a viability appraisal with the applicant to ensure that this is the minimum number of units needed to ensure that that listed building is brought back into use and refurbished. The landscape officer and conservation team have been involved. So given those benefits to the listed building, both applications are recommended for approval. The plan application subject to a legal agreement to secure a contribution towards ecology as is standard on all residential properties, secure an overage clause in case the scheme has a larger profit than has been projected, the management of the landscaping of the site, and finally to ensure that the works to the listed building are carried out before the new dwellings are occupied, to ensure that these dwellings aren't built out in advance of the listed building works being carried out, given that they are the justification for it. So both applications recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Right, now I'll call on Objector Mark Gifford to speak. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Gifford, and you'll be told your time is up 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. Thank you. Would you like to begin?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you and your committee.
Thank you.
Notwithstanding the case made just now about the necessity to generate sufficient funds to put the heritage asset of the manor itself into good condition, I believe that not being within the development plan for East Devon, not in accord with the neighbourhood plan for Ottery, St Mary and West Hill, really should mean that no development should take place. So we're against it on that measure. One worry feature for somebody who's lived for 20 years in this area is that the road is dangerous. Maybe there hasn't been reported accidents to the police for cars, but I've personally seen 2 off the road. There's no pavement, there's no cycleway, and so the extra people on that development are going to be walking along a dangerous road. The right-of-way is really not usable at all over a field, and the sty is broken in any case. So there will be very much more traffic with the number of units being proposed. Ottery actually, I believe, needs affordable housing for young families. And this site is certainly not suitable for the location of that sort of property, with the danger of getting in and out of Ottery. The manor building itself, has been pointed out, is a heritage asset for Ottery St Mary. The main facade that one sees coming off the road is that of the north face, and that should really be the key feature. And having what was on the map that I was looking at, plots 10 to 13 on the northeastern boundary, doesn't fit that.
Meaning.
And it also is obtrusive whether the windows are on the roof or not, particularly to the paddock. And we also may suffer from exhaust from the car parking facility along the northern border.
Thank you, Mr. Gifford. Next, Martin Littlemore, would you like to begin? You have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors. Good morning. This is a significant development, and we live in the paddock, by the way, north side of the boundary. We've lived here for 30 years, and this is a significant development in the countryside. It's a total of 26 residential units. As has already been mentioned by yourselves and Mr. Gifford, it lies outside the built-up area plan. You know, the built-up area plan was developed in consultation with residents, and is contained within the East Devon local plan for 2013 to 31. What is the point of consulting local residents and coming up with a plan if effectively it's being ignored? I do understand the enabling development, but houses in the grounds to form part of the restoration of a listed building is very disappointing. The committee's report and the development officer's recommendation is to approve the application. So I'd welcome it if it was modified, but I can't see that happening. So I've got a few details I'd like to bring up. One is on landscaping. There are proposed formal advanced stock trees, and I'm not sure what they are, shown on the landscaping plan, and many of those are shown close to the Leylandii hedges. Anything planted close to a Leylandii hedge will kill that hedge in the immediate area. There's already a large, and to be honest, a rather ugly Douglas fir right in front of our property, which screens the sun in the winter. You can see it in the centre of the formal gardens on the site layout there. It's an old Christmas tree from the hotel that was planted. We really don't want any further light screening. The trees shown planted behind that Douglas fir on our southern boundary, and it's just going to screen more light. Why? We don't need that. That part of the southern boundary is shown as a hedge on the landscape plans. It's actually a fence, and it's not a particularly high fence either. So the plans are misleading in that area. Lighting, the permanent lighting for the finished works. The lights in Solston Ride go off every night.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, will the installed lights go off at night to minimise the impact on dark skies and bat foraging? The parking in the area of Block C, the parking back straight onto our Leylandii hedge. Again, parking cars exhaust will kill that hedge. Can't we find somewhere else for that? And finally, environmental health. Page 14 of your report, the committee's report, refers to no burning on site and no high frequency reversing alarms to be used on site. Both have been used and are still being used. The fires were last year, there haven't been any this year, but the high frequency audible alarms, there's a Manitou telehandler on site which beeps every time it reverses. It's very annoying. The noise bounces off the front of the listed building and reverberates around the site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Littlemore. Now we have the applicant, Chris Riley. Would you like to begin? Mr. Riley, you have 3 minutes. Mr. Riley?
Can I start again, please?
Yes, we didn't
Okay.
hear anything.
No, I was muted. So could I have my
Okay.
time starting now?
Yes, begin your 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm Chris Riley, joint owner and applicant, and I'd like to talk about some of the comments that have just been made and online. So the principle of development already exists. There is consent for 26 units, and our proposal reduces it by 1 unit. And the purpose of the existing consent is to facilitate the restoration of the heritage asset, which wouldn't be possible otherwise. However, further serious dilapidation and the cost of rectification of previous uncertified works and increased costs owing to the pandemic and Brexit have made the current scheme unviable and unattractive to funders for development. On traffic, this will be reduced from the approved scheme by one house, and in any case, it's much less than when a 27-bed hotel with a bar, a wine bar, a public restaurant, pool, squash court, and gym, as well as traffic from and to the defunct Bulls Club. So parking, the approved current scheme has all the cars parked to the front of the main elevation, but our proposal discreetly redistributes that in 4 groups. External lighting will be conditioned in line with the ecology report. Social contribution, there's provision in the current Section 106 agreement that sets a significant contribution by way of overage, subject to a final audit, and this will be replicated should the proposal be approved. It should be noted that the allowed margin for profit is below the industry standard, and so funding options are limited. The current scheme is granted private CIL, but the proposal would generate an element of CIL contribution. And so the approved layout is a hybrid design based on a previously approved nursing home block that overwhelms the east end of the site. The proposed layouts are sympathetic, subservient to the heritage asset, and will all be all but invisible from the drive. It's been reduced in scale following consultation with the local authority and consideration of concerns raised by neighbouring properties. We intend to make the whole site flagship for sustainable energy. So finally, the previous London-based owners allowed the building to be looted, vandalised, and fall into advanced disrepair. The condition has deteriorated, and we have spent the last 12 months stabilising the structure.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. It is now watertight and safe from collapse, but I can say with certainty that it would not have survived otherwise. We are Honeston-based businessmen, and with our team of local tradesmen and professionals, we can save and restore Salston Manor, but it's a great financial risk to my partner and me personally. We have the drive and experience to pull it off, but we need all the help we can get. And I believe this proposal is sympathetic, balanced, and offers the best chance to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Ottery St Mary Town Councillor Richard Copus. Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Copus. Councillor Copus, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. At the Town Council, we found this very, very difficult. The original application we refused, as you know, and it's well minuted, but we've recommended approval of the new application with the minor amendments, which are slightly fewer properties and also those properties slightly further away from the listed building. The problem that we feel at the Town Council is that this is a listed building. Buildings are listed for their historic and or architectural merit, and they're there to be looked after. This property over the decades has fallen into serious disrepair, and it's quite clear that it's not going to be able to be put back to its former glory without some form of money pumped into it. And the only practical way to do this is through development. We've looked very, very carefully at the plans. Our main concerns, and we appreciate the concerns of the objectors and residents nearby, is urbanisation of the landscape. We discussed at length about street lighting and pavement. We feel that if this application is approved, that there should be no street lighting whatsoever, except for shielded bollard lighting, which is the norm now in similar developments in other parts of England. There should be no pavements there, except possibly porous footpaths. The building itself is a very important part of Alderley St Mary's cultural heritage, an extremely important part. And it is also architecturally a superb building. And those two reasons together is why it's being listed. And I'm sure everybody's looked at the listed building, the reasons it's listed on British listed building site or Historic England. So on that basis, the council recommends approval. It's a very, very difficult one, and we appreciate that normally with no affordable housing and the residential development is outside the developed area, would not normally gain permission. But because of the cultural and architectural significance of this building, we see no alternative but to support this application, which will see the building put back to its former glory. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Copus. Next ward member, Councillor Peter Faithful. Councillor Faithful, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think you're starting to get an idea of the situation. With everyone is wanting to see the listed building restored, and most of what are my issues have already been talked about. Pedestrian access to the site, the impact the buildings will have on their surroundings. I have commented positively for the proposed extension to the main building. To me, it's about the buildings and their setting and the number of residential dwellings and the access to the site for pedestrians. Myself being a non-car user, and it's difficult to get the right idea. I fully acknowledge that the applicant is genuinely making an effort to try to get this right. It's been going on for years, and I don't know if there's a better way of presenting any development on the site. And I don't know, it's been going around for so long, but that to me is what the subject is. It's the impact to the listed building and the impact to the surrounding residential dwellings as well. To me, that I find it frustrating, the question of viability. I don't know how much the site was bought for, but if you buy a site for £1, you could make a lot more. You got more room for viability. So that is a frustrating argument for me all the time. We get that regularly. I'm not sure if there's anything else I really can say about it, but that you had all the information already presented to you.
Thank you. Sorry, have you finished?
I've finished, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Faithful. Next, the committee ward member, Councillor Jeff Pratt. Councillor Pratt, you have unlimited time.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's all been said by everyone who has spoken so far. The problem is that this building has suffered so much damage in the last 14 years since it's been lying empty. And this is the problem. The cost must be extraordinary for the developer to deal with this matter. And I can understand why he's making this application today. I do understand also that the issues relating to the neighbours, particularly the owner of the paddock. I think the developer has done his best there to try and make the position a little bit more comfortable for him in regard to the amended plans which we've seen today.
reducing the block of 6 houses to 4. And I think that is an improvement. But the fact that this building has laid empty for all this time is something which needs to be addressed today. We've got to go on with this. It's a famous building as far as Ottery St Mary is concerned because of its connection with the Coleridge family. It was built by one of the Coleridge family so many years ago, but it is a famous building and listed. It needs to be dealt with. The grade 2 listed building was a hotel back in 2007. The hotel was closed, and there was an original developer who unfortunately had to give up on the job, although he did do some work on the roof and the chimneys, which apparently was okay. But I think we've got to go along with this. The MPPF does give us a right to decide that the heritage benefits will outweigh any harm to the property. So I'm going to support this. I would be anxious, however, to hear what other members of the committee decide on this, because I am the ward member. I'm perhaps biased. I want to look after this listed building. That's the main priority here. But I think we'll leave it there, Chair, and listen to what the other members of the committee have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Pratt. Could I please go back to, could I ask members if you just lower your hands for now? I've got a list of who wants to speak, but just raise your hand if you've got any questions to ask. I've got a list of you, so you won't be left out. Could I ask Mr. Rose to come back on any of the points that have been raised regarding lighting, the hedge, pavements, any points that you'd like to make, Mr. Rose? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so I will. The points understood from the residents. Firstly, in terms of the road and numbers, as the applicant said, there was 27 units on this site agreed previously back in 2013 when that application came in, and we've got 26 now. Hence, no comments or concerns from Devon County as the Highway Authority, because we've got one less unit. Yeah, and with regard to the landscaping, although this scheme's up on the slide here, you'll see condition 5 is quite lengthy and has been drawn up in association with the landscape architect to ensure that those final details are submitted to us in terms of the lighting details, the landscaping, take on board the comments from Mr. Littlemore about the boundary there, and I can pass them on. So that condition is quite lengthy and will cover all of these issues, ensure that lighting is kept to a minimum in accordance with the ecology report and details to be submitted. And there's also a condition on a KEMP to prevent any burning and to prevent any reversing beepers. So yeah, I think there's quite as I said, the landscape architect's been heavily involved in this and will be heavily involved in those conditions as well, which will cover those matters of lighting and ecology, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose, and I do know that the landscape architect is very diligent, and he'll be keeping a very close eye on this. Now, members, I'd like to go back to you. Do you have any questions for the applicant, please? Just questions to the applicant. I've got 3 hands up. Now, Councillor Pratt, yours is up, I think, from before, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't have any questions for the developer. I'm quite satisfied with what he has said.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up for questions, so we'll now go into committee. And Councillor Skinner, you were first.
Thank you, Chair. And and I can absolutely understand where perhaps some of the people that living around there, the residents, feel about some of this change, and people are very reluctant to change. I used to frequent this as a hotel many years ago as a little boy with my mother, and I know it reasonably well. And I think it's really sad that it has fallen into the disrepair that it has. I'm going to absolutely agree with what Councillor Pratt is saying, that the history of this building is absolutely vital to Ottery St Mary. And I'm going to commend Mr. Riley for him and himself and his partner or whoever who is going to take this job on, because this is going to be a massive job. One thing I do know that when it's anything I've ever had anything to do with building, when it comes to putting up new, you can make far more money putting up new building, I'm sure, Mr. Riley, as you would know as a developer, than what you ever can do trying to reconstitute old ones. It's a very, very expensive business. And also being in a listed building, particularly, you need the skill set of workmen to be able to come to that sort of level that's needed. So good luck to you. I actually think that it's set out very well. I actually think that they've worked very hard over a long period of time with the officers. The officers have worked diligently, I believe, on this application in taking it forward to get it to a place whereby we're going to have a departure of policy. Absolutely right. Does it fall outside of our policies? Mr. Rose has stressed that time and time again, and he's made that very clear. This is a departure from policy for what one might see as the greater good, which is what I believe is why we're here. There are many things around this application, the shrubs, the trees, and all those things, and there may be discrepancies about certain issues. As far as I'm concerned, Madam Chairman, I'm going to keep it fairly brief. I'm going to recommend the officer's recommendation of approving this application and see if indeed I were very much able to get any supporters in this. I'm very much supportive of getting this building back into really good use and back into working and not watching it fall into disrepair. Thank you.
I'll second that, Chairman.
That's Councillor Keyes seconded it.
Yes.
And would you like to speak on it? Yes.
Chair, before Councillor Key speaks, could I just check with Councillor Skinner and Councillor Key if they're moving for approval of both the Planning Commission and the listed building consent, as they're both part of this matter?
That would be correct.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Next, Councillor Key, would you like to speak on this?
Yes, I won't take up much time. I mean, I can remember I was on the planning committee when this was originally agreed for the old Solston Hotel. Very sad. I mean, it'll never be a hotel again. And at the time, I was very, very concerned and did say that it's going to, cost an awful lot to actually put this right because it had been deteriorating so bad. What does impress me is the fact that they're leaving quite a lot of open land there, which will be very, very nice. So they're not building over all of that. And I think the actual layout and the design is very, very good. And therefore, this is why I fully support Councillor Skinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Key. Next, Councillor Desarum.
Thank you, Chair. I can see that this application has gone through an enormous amount of planning stages since 2008, when obviously, as we've heard, it ceased being a hotel. We've also heard that it's on the at-risk register. We also note that the aim is to secure the future of a heritage asset. I note the urbanization of the landscape, but I hope that condition 5 will satisfy that, as clearly the landscape architect is happy with this situation. So I can see that, yes, it is a departure from policy, as we've heard, but support has been found in the NPPF Para 202. So like colleagues before me, I understand the need to protect the countryside, but clearly in this case, we are looking at saving a building for its long-term heritage. So for those grounds, this decision must go ahead. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Whibley, I have you on my list to speak. Did you still want to speak, or?
Pretty much everything that I was going to say has been said.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks,
Councillor Gazard, do you have anything new to add?
No, I don't, Chair. Thank you. It's been said.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt, your hand is still up. I'm taking it you have nothing else to say from what I gathered.
No, I don't know why it is up.
Oh, it's gone now.
Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Okay, then over to Mrs. Shaw then. Sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if we could take the two applications separately.
Yeah.
So in relation to the full planning permission, the motion is to adopt the appropriate assessment attached to the report and approve subject to the legal agreement with the heads of terms as listed and the conditions as listed. Please, we'll take the vote on this one now. If you would, when your name is called, indicate whether you support the motion to approve, whether you're against the motion to approve, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, to approve.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Coleman.
Against.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support motion to approve.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Pratt. Councillor Pratt.
You're on mute.
Sorry, support.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Support the motion to approve.
Thank you. Councillor Whibley.
Support. Thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. The vote to support is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, if we could now take the listed building consent, which is the motion is to approve subject to the conditions as set out in the report. Again, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you're in support of the motion to approve, against the motion to approve, or whether you're abstaining? Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Brown.
Support.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Coleman.
Support.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support motion to approve subject to conditions in the report.
She may be, it depends. There's no reason why we shouldn't have our
Councillor Gazzard.
Support. I'm in trouble hearing. There's a lot of background noise, Wendy.
Yeah, well, fortunately it stopped. I'm not quite sure where it's coming from. I will keep my ears open to see where it's coming from. But you would like to support?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Approve.
Thank you. Councillor Key, I think it's coming from your end. Have you got the TV or radio on or something?
No, dear, nothing.
Oh,
Nothing.
okay. Apologies.
No.
It must be coming from somewhere else. Councillor Pratt.
Support. Thank you.
Councillor Skinner.
Support.
Thank you. Councillor Whibley.
Support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Support.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. So that vote to support is carried as well.
Thank you. Now we move to agenda item 9, application 202875, an outline application on page 34. I'd like to welcome Mr. Martin Doughty to the meeting. And Ward Member, Councillor Moulding and Councillor Jackson. So over to you, Mr. Rose, to present.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an outline application for demolition of a garage and erection of a dwelling. All matters are reserved except for the means of access. And it's before you because it's a departure because part of the site is outside of the built-up area boundary. So hopefully you can see the red line here of the site coming in. So these are the garages here where the dwelling's proposed. You can see existing buildings either side. And you can see an indicative layout of how they're showing how a dwelling could be placed on the site. This black line shows the built-up area boundary. So everything in here is within the built-up area boundary, and this is outside. So you can see the line cuts across here. It includes the double garage part of the application site in the built-up area boundary, but it excludes the piece of land to the side. And that's the elevation of the garage at the moment. This is the access that leads up. It's quite narrow. It's not got great visibility to either side. And then you go up the lane and then you get to the site. So we've got the garage here that's part of the application site, adjoining garage. So the dwelling is proposed in here, in this plot here. And you can see the relationship with the adjoining property. So strategy 6 of the local plan supports development in the built-up area boundary. So a building built on the footprint of this garage would be within the built-up area boundary, and a dwelling would be supported by local plan policies. But this small area to the side is technically is outside of the built-up area boundary. So therefore, contrary to local plan. And the indicatively, the layout shows the building just extending into this area outside the built-up area boundary. But as you can see, there'd be no visual harm from that. There's already access to the site, no wider visual impact, and the site is sustainable in terms of being right at the edge of that built-up area boundary, with the majority of the site being within it. And the site relates well in terms of its access to services and facilities. So given that, and that only part of the site is outside the built-up area boundary, but this part is within, development is supported in principle. You can see from the photos that there's development to either side of the site. If we go back to the aerial, so there's development here and development here. So it's going to fill this plot in the middle, so that it won't have any particular harm on the wider character or appearance of the area. In terms of highway safety, as I said, the access is narrow with not great visibility, but it already serves this garage site, which is separate from the main house. So given that there's already traffic and access through to the site, County Highways haven't raised an objection to it actually serving a dwelling rather than a separate garage. With regard to amenity impact, a single-storey dwelling is considered would fit on the site without causing harm to the amenity of either the adjoining properties there. And with regard to other issues that have been raised, we understand that there's been concerns from the neighbour who sold the land in terms of access to services and facilities. These are private matters, but we've been informed that the applicant has a right to access the septic tank at Fairacre to the property here, and also can connect to services via their right to use the access lane. So those issues are considered to be acceptable, even though they're mainly private matters. So despite it technically have been a small part of the site outside the built-up area boundary, given the location of the site, given no wider visual impact, and given the majority or part of the site within the built-up area boundary, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you. I think you're on mute, Chair.
It's all right, I'm unmuted now. I see in the report that Martin Doughty is referred to as Dr. Doughty. Would I be correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Doughty. Welcome to the meeting. You have three minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. As you know, I live in the house Fairacre, which you've seen on the plans, and I have written objecting to the development. And I see that many of the concerns I've raised have been addressed in the report by officers, even if they haven't reached the same conclusion that I do. It is acknowledged that access to the site is difficult and constrained, and despite the comments that have just been made, there will be additional traffic created by this development, because the garages at the moment are not used for vehicles. And when there is a house there, they will be used for vehicles. So there will be additional traffic turning onto Lime Road from the drive. And in practice, when accessing Lime Road from the drive, on-road parking further impedes the already poor visibility onto Lime Road and narrows the available road width. vehicles turning onto Lime Road have to partially obstruct Lime Road in order to see approaching traffic, and there's a risk of collision. Any increase in traffic in the drive will worsen the situation, which is already quite unsafe. The drive itself is narrow, and at the development site of the end of the drive, the gates of the site, when open, obstruct access to Fairacre Garden Cottage and Fairacre itself. If the development is to be approved, I would urge that a specific condition should be imposed, requiring all development traffic to be parked within the site and not in the drive, and that free access to neighbouring properties along the drive should be maintained at all times. It's also been mentioned about the drainage proposals, and I see that it is now proposed to connect into an existing septic tank on my property. I've not been consulted about this, but there are 2 tanks on my property, one serving my house and one that are 2 neighbours. These tanks therefore serve 3 properties already, and were constructed some time ago to serve the occupants of those 3 properties only. It's not clear to me that they have the capacity to deal with the discharge from an additional property, or will meet present environmental standards if required to do so. Now, I see that there's a condition proposed requiring the foul drainage scheme to be approved by the local planning authority. And if the application is approved, I urge that that condition can be strengthened to ensure that the drainage scheme addresses the issues of the capacity and condition of the tank to which connection is proposed. While I still believe that on access grounds alone this development should not be permitted, I hope that the additional safeguards I have proposed can be incorporated if approval is to be given. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Doughty. I would like to ask Mr. Rose, do you have, there were no objections from Highways, so I don't think we can really take that into account. But perhaps Mr. Rose would like to comment on the proposed condition by the objector of parking within the bounds of the property, and also would the septic tank issue be a civil matter?
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, with regard to construction traffic, I mean, the applicant's got a right to use that access lane. Obviously, we would expect them to be considerate and not to block that lane while they're carrying out building works on the site, but it's not the level of detail we would get down to with regard to a single dwelling when the applicant has a right to use that lane. With regard to the septic tank, then yes, we have got a condition on there about the foul drainage details for condition 4. The applicant has provided deeds of how they have a right to connect to the neighbour's septic tank. As I say, it seems to be the case, but that's a matter for them. But we will ensure, as part of condition 4, that we get those full details and check capacity of that existing tank, assuming they do have access to it, or if they don't, details of an alternative. So that will be covered by condition 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Right, now to the ward members. Councillor Andrew Moulding, please. You had 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, don't you have 5 minutes?
Oh my goodness, I don't think I shall need 5 minutes, Chair. In fact, I've taken note of the report with which I agree, and I agree with the recommendation. I must say that my initial concern was certainly regarding access onto Lime Road, but Highways seem to be happy with that. And as Dr. Doughty mentioned, there's a garage there, and although it hasn't been used for a couple of years, potentially it could have been used. And so I take the point that there's no fundamental major increase in traffic use. So that situation is resolved. I also agree with Dr. Doughty about the conditions he mentioned, certainly with regard to checking the capacity of the septic tank, and if that needs to be upgraded or increased in capacity, then that should be done, and the condition should mention that. And also that a condition should be set that there is, as Dr. Doughty said, free access and parking within the site, so that it doesn't have the potential to cause disruption in the drive, and it means that there's no ready access for Dr. Doughty from the property at Fairacre. But apart from those potential alterations to conditions, I agree with the recommendation to approve this application.
Thank you, Councillor Moulding. Councillor Sarah Jackson. Councillor Jackson here?
I'm here, thank you.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I had a few initial concerns. I still have concerns regarding sewage, but I do recognise that that's being covered by a condition which I welcome. I'm also conscious that we are currently looking at nutrient management plans in the area through strategic planning. So I do think it's important that we ensure that there is appropriate capacity there. Moving on to highways, again, highways don't seem to be particularly concerned, but I do recognise the issues regarding access to the site and parking. So I think the suggested conditions around access and not blocking access to the neighbouring properties are sensible if they can be applied in any way. In terms of my other concerns, they typically were around size. Again, I'm pleased to see that there's a condition limiting that to a single story, and also around the BUAB. I do note from the map that was presented by Mr. Rose, the actual boundary for that seems to have been drawn to include this garage, which I believe used to belong to Fairacre Lodge, which would probably explain why it's a bit of a strange boundary line. And I wonder if this was being dealt with as a separate property, whether that would still be the case had it been drawn now, but who knows. Again, given that this is an outline planning application and this the reserve matters could outline a different layout of the site, I completely accept the rationale behind the officer's recommendation on that one. The only other thing that does strike me is that had we been dealing with this as an annex to Fairacre Lodge, I suspect we would have approved it, but with a condition stating that it's not to be used as a separate dwelling. Of course, we have to deal with this as a separate dwelling, and with that in mind, I can't see that we have a planning justification to refuse this. And of course, we can't put a condition on there to say it mustn't be used as a separate dwelling, independent of any of the other properties. So really, that's just an observation. But yeah, aside from that, I can't see any reason not to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Right, committee, Councillor Key.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's only very, very quickly. I wanted to, on one of those pictures, I believe there's a footpath that goes in through there, and I wanted to ask Mr. Rose if that's correct.
Yes, it is. So it's a footpath as well as access for vehicles, public right of way. Yes.
And I take it that it's not going to be affected at all.
No, highways have taken the view that you get cars that can come and go to this garage, so it would be no different to a dwelling.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. I've looking at all of this. The technicality being outside the line, I get that from where Mr. Rose has put that over quite eloquently. I'm going to be supporting this application. It does have support all the way round. There are one or two things I would like to raise, and that is obviously there is a concern both from ward members and from Dr. I apologise for the gentleman who spoke, the nearby resident, who are a bit concerned around parking and not parking onto the road and blocking the entrance there. I'm not sure what we can do regarding a condition, whether we can or whether we can't. If we can, within my recommendation, I'm quite happy to support that, and I'll take advice from Mr. Rose for that, really, if I may.
Do you have any comment, Mr. Rose?
Yeah, so whilst I don't think we could justify a condition to restrict parking or use of the access during construction, I think we could amend, if members wanted to, condition 8, so that as part of any reserve matters application, they get details to us of how they're going to receive deliveries and park and construction vehicles during that construction period, to ensure that there's adequate space on site for that to happen. So we could certainly amend condition 8 along those lines.
Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I may come back to that. It's really just to clarify a position that, of course, the gentleman next door, he shouldn't really have his life turned upside down. There is of course, there is an acceptance that if there's a development is going to take place, then we have to do that. But if that's what Mr. Rose is saying, then I wondered if there was. If there isn't any way going forward with that, then that's not something we can take forward. But I just wanted to be clear on that, because it seemed to be raised on more than one occasion, on 2 or 3 occasions. Thank you. But I'm moving to recommend the approval. Thank you.
Happy to second that, Chair. Councillor Discern.
Councillor Desarum, would you like to speak on it?
I did raise my hand. Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I was going to note that we've heard today that from the ward member that there is going to be no fundamental increase in traffic. We've also heard from another ward member that access is possible. Councillor Skinner has dealt with condition 8 and the blocking of the entrance. Mr. Rose has said that there'll be no visual harm. It's in a sustainable location. It relates well to access. And our report has dealt with the potential for loss of privacy with a recommendation on page 40. So all in all, for those reasons that I've mentioned, I'm happy to support what Councillor Skinner has proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my point's been made, but I just want some clarity on the septic tank from Mr. Rose. If the septic tank has to be increased, will that be done before the building is built, if it's approved, please?
Yeah, so that they would have to then carry out those works before they then occupied the building.
Thank you. Councillor Whibley. Through a wobble there, Mr. Whibley.
Yeah. I work in a school. I've had Mr. Wobbly quite a lot. Another question on the delightful subject of septic tanks. It seems bizarre to me that somebody can opt to use somebody else's septic tank without them even knowing about it. It's a very strange situation. If work was to be required to up the capacity or renew it, that wouldn't be that would be at the applicant's cost, wouldn't it? I wouldn't want to sort of think that the person next door had costs imposed on them from something they have no desire or wish to, or need to do without this development going ahead. I don't know if Mr. Rose can help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Yeah, sure. So the applicant has advised and provided us copies of the deeds of the purchase to say that as part of that they have access to use that septic tank. But yes, any cost of any upgrade or amendments or works to that, or even if that isn't the case and they have to provide something on their site, will be at the cost of the applicant, not at the cost of the neighbour.
Thank you. Right, we've had a proposal and the seconder. Over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, the motion is to approve subject to the conditions, and one of those is the amendments to condition 8 as listed in the report. when your name is called, would you please indicate support for the motion to approve, whether you're against the motion to approve, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Brown.
Support.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Coleman.
Support.
Councillor Davey.
Support approval.
Councillor De Saram.
Support motion to approve.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Approve.
Councillor Pratt.
Support.
Councillor Skinner.
Support approval.
Councillor Whibley.
Support, thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That's unanimous. That vote is carried to approve.
Thank you. Now for the next application, I hand over the chair to Vice Chair Councillor Sarah Chamberlain. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Chair. Next, we move on to agenda item 13, application number 202834 COU, land adjacent to Manor Hotel, The Beacon, Exmouth. That can be found on page 82. I would like to welcome to the meeting Graham Hurley, Mike Meyer, and Councillor Tim Dumper to speak on this item. Also, we have the ward members, Ollie Davey, Councillor Joe Whibley, and Councillor Eileen Ragg. First of all, I'd like to go over to Mr. Rose to present his report.
Thank you. So we've got an application here at land near to the Manor Hotel at the Beacon. So you can see the location on the screen there. And it's for the change of use of an area of land for the siting of tables and chairs until the 30th of September this year for use by the Manor Hotel. You'll see from the report, it's application by East Devon District Council on land that we own. And it's here because the recommendation is contrary to the views of the Town Council and a number of local residents, as you can see from the report. So you can see the location of the site here, and the hotel's up here. And also from that, you can see how close it is to these residential properties on the other side of the road. So this is the grassed area of land. So the Manor Hotel is behind us, and then you can see this lovely terrace of properties that run up here. And there we go. So here's the grassed area of land and looking back towards the hotel. So it's an application for up to 12 tables with chairs, as I say, to the end of September this year, and they're proposing to use it from 9 AM to 9 PM. We are in the Exmouth Conservation Area, and a number of the buildings on the opposite side of the road that I showed the photos of are listed buildings. In regards to the principle of development, the application has been submitted in a response to coronavirus to support a business for a limited period of time. Obviously, there are restrictions at the moment on hospitality and the use of those areas, so the application has been put forward to support the business providing this extra outside space. Now, there's no specific policy support in the local plan for this proposal. It obviously hasn't foreseen this, but there is clear support in the local plan for businesses and for supporting the economy. And you'll see in terms of the principal officers considered it's reasonable to allow this for a very limited temporary period to support that business. In terms of the character and appearance in the area, it will be limited, and it will be limited for a period of time. It will, though, obviously change the appearance of this grassed area with tables and chairs put out. And as such, it's not considered there's an ongoing justification beyond the temporary period. The tables and chairs are proposed to be removed at night, but as that visual impact is going to be minimal and temporary, it's considered to be acceptable. With regard to the impact on amenity, there'll be new activity where there's no activity at present, obviously. And although this is a public grassed area that people can use, I think you can see that it's very lightly used at the moment, and certainly not for sitting out on tables and chairs. There will be additional noise to those residents from the 12 tables and associated chairs, but again, it's due to its limited period. There's been no objection from environmental health, subject to the control of those hours, the tables being taken away at night and it only being authorised until the end of September this year. There'll also be separate licensing and sitting out consents required. So on balance, given the short-term nature of the proposal till the end of September and subject to the restriction of hours and as it supports the local business, on balance, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. First of all, we have Graham Hurley to speak. Do we have Graham Hurley here? Okay, if we move on.
Let me just.
Sorry.
But yeah, I think he's having problems with his microphone. It's not showing up. So maybe we'll get on to him and see if we can sort that out.
No worries. Thank you very much, Wendy. So if we move on to Mark Meyer.
Thank you, Chair and members. Mark Meyer, Beacon resident and near neighbour of the Manor Hotel. Other speakers may address points in terms of impact and suitability. I'd like to focus on addressing the conclusions reached in the officer's report to the committee recommending approval with conditions. One of the key statements in this report is that in planning terms, there is no policy support for the proposal, either through the East Devon local plan or Exmouth neighbourhood plan. In terms of impact upon character and appearance, there's also clear recognition that the proposal will inevitably alter the appearance of the area and have a visual impact on the conservation area. The recommendation to approve in the teeth of these accepted and not insignificant barriers is calculated on the assertion that the claimed larger public benefit of promoting economic activity outweighs all other considerations. I agree, given the impact of the pandemic, support for hospitality is crucial. Indeed, many of the residents on the Beacon patronise the manor and would wish their new catering venture well. However, its success surely does not wholly depend on securing outside seating on an area that's never had any, is less than a minute away from numerous venues with more than adequate and suitable external areas to eat and drink. I find it hard to credit the entire economic well-being of East Devon somehow hangs on the necessity of providing 12 tables slap in the middle of a well-used and loved public amenity. What are the public benefits that outweigh the ability for residents and visitors to exercise in a safe and socially distant manner and subvert all planning considerations? One could argue in public health terms, the development is detrimental to public health by promoting drinking and inevitably smoking 7 days a week, 12 hours a day in a location which would make it impossible for those that wish to exercise and relax to do so safely and healthily. Rather than actually serving public needs, I suggest this serves only private interest. I'm a key worker. My wife is a nurse and other key workers live in close proximity. My wife has worked throughout this pandemic at some considerable cost to her own health and has been proud to do so. One of the things that has enabled her to continue to serve our community has been the ability to come home, relax, and have the outlet of healthy recreation in the area we live. This development, if approved, would make this impossible, would not only have an adverse impact on individual well-being, but as a consequence render her less able to do the job that is so vital and of far greater public benefit to our community at this time than the ability of a few people to eat, drink and smoke. We were as a nation not long ago encouraged to stand on our doorsteps and clap for carers. It would appear now they will be rewarded by the exhortation instead to chuck up on carers' doorsteps. In summary, I agree that public benefit should be the primary consideration, and it's precisely why I'd urge you to follow the unanimous lead of Exmouth Town Council and reject this misguided and inappropriate application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Graham Hurley to speak. Graham, are you in the meeting?
Mr. Hurley, if you just click on your microphone, then you will be unmuted. Looks like he's having problems. Mr. Hurley, hopefully you can hear me. If you just click on your microphone.
Meeting.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Can you
good
hear me?
afternoon, Mr. Hurley. Thank
If
you.
you just
Good
click on
afternoon,
your
Mr.
microphone, then you will be unmuted.
Click on my mic.
Mr. Hurley, we can hear you now. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah.
Just muted himself. It's unmute.
Mr. Hurley, you need to unmute yourself again. Mr. Hurley, you need to unmute yourself again.
It sounds to me like there's a really, really long delay on his internet connection. So we're giving him messages and he's getting them 30 seconds later.
Wendy, can you unmute him at
Unmute.
all?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You have
Okay.
3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Well, first, if I may.
Mr. Hurley?
Yes.
You need to unmute yourself again.
It sounds to
Mr.
me like there's a
Hurley,
really, really
yeah.
long delay on his internet connection.
Yeah.
So we're giving him messages and he's getting them 30 seconds later.
Right.
Point proved.
I believe he might have his or have the live stream on, so he may need to mute the live stream. He's muted again. Mr. Hurley, if you've got the live stream on YouTube running, if you just mute that one, and then when you've done that, if you could just click on the microphone to unmute yourself, and then you won't have the feedback.
Mr. Hurley, we'll just give you a couple of seconds to see if you can unmute and join us.
To unmute yourself, and then you won't have the feedback.
Okay, I've just unmuted myself. Can you hear me now?
We can indeed, yes.
Right. Well, I'll launch off if I may. First, the
Indeed.
planning application, which we contend is misleading in some respects and just plain wrong in others. It bids for the installation of 12 tables and 24 chairs, as we know, with service to be
Mr.
quote.
Hurley, we'll just give you a couple of seconds to see if you can unmute and join us.
Unmute yourself, and then you won't have the feedback.
Okay, I've just unmuted myself. Can you hear me now?
We can indeed, yes.
Right. Well, I'll launch off if I may. First, the planning application, which we contend is misleading in some respects and just plain wrong in others. It bids for the installation of 12 tables and 24 chairs, as we know, with service to be
Mr.
quote.
Hurley, we'll just give you a couple of seconds to see if you can
Wendy, if I. Okay, I've just unmuted myself. Can you hear me now?
We can indeed, yes.
Mr. Hurley,
Yeah.
have you got your live stream running? Because I think that's what's happening. I'm not quite, well, I'm assuming you've got your live stream running. So if there's an opportunity, you can actually shut that down or mute it. I think that's why we're having the feedback.
Okay, I've just unmuted myself. Can you hear me now?
We can indeed, yes.
Mr. Hurley?
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah.
Have you got your live stream running? Because I think that's what's happening. I'm not quite, well, I'm assuming you've got your.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Right, hang on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, okay. Shall I launch off?
Yes, indeed. Please do.
Okay. Well, thank you, and huge apologies. I'm sure the fault is mine. First, I'd like, if I may, very quickly to talk about the planning application itself, which we contend is misleading in some respects and just plain wrong in others. It bids for the installation of 12 tables, as we just heard from Chris Rose, and 24 chairs, with service to be, quote, limited, in the words of the council, to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, from tomorrow to the 30th of September. Now, in the application, the council talks of, quote, land adjacent to the Manor Hotel. Well, it isn't. It's 30 metres up the hill, as we've seen from the pictures. And the grass slopes down to the pavements on either side and to the bench at the end. It talks of a site of 40 square metres, well, which is wrong again, because if you measure it properly, you'll need at least 3 times that area to make the 12 tables COVID compliant. Now, at the moment, each diner will have just 1.6 square metres, which sounds anal on my part, but is, to be frank, extremely intimate. Now, EDDC, in our contention, have worked wonders in the Strand because seating for customers from the Grapevine and Spoken is perfectly sited. And that's because the Strand is already the town's hub. So think farmers markets, table tennis, live music, all good, no problem at all totally win-win. But applying those same sitting out consents to the Beacon, completely different. Why? Well, because it's a conservation area, as we know, it's fronted by a Grade 2 listed terrace, because it's a treasured public space, because it's a stretch of turf that offers peace and quiet and wonderful views. But that same public space, with the blessing of East Devon District Council, is now to be sublet for just £100 in the interests of, yes, private profit. We, by the way, live bang opposite the proposed cafe bar, which will fill our front window. So just imagine, tables on the slant, motorists swerving to avoid laden staff crossing the road, litter, smells, seagulls, noise and maybe antisocial behaviour until 9 at night, every night, all summer. Well, this in our submission is a land grab facilitated by EDDC with no regard to neighbours, no regard to history, no regard to the public interest, and no regard to the practicalities of trying to work the site. Even the Manor Hotel, after a risk assessment, now seem to regard this proposition as extremely doubtful. The town's elders, ladies and gentlemen, never designed the grassed area of the Beacon as a pop-up cafe bar. And for 2 centuries, it's never been commercially developed. Now the council want to change that. And if they succeed this morning, then bidders will return year after year for as long as they scent a profit. We must fight for the Beacon now, or we'll lose it forever. Now, at an earlier meeting of Exmouth Town Councillors on the 15th of February, this proposal was rejected unanimously. Now, for the sake of us residents and in the wider interests of the town at large, we urge you, in turn, to vote against this poorly conceived council application. Thank you. Did you get all that?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Hurley.
Okay.
We next move on to Mr. Nick Christo, which is the applicant.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just by way of introduction, I'm Nick Christo. I'm the Street Scene Operations Manager who managed the team that managed the site. Thank you, Chris Rose, for outlining in detail the application. I just wanted to briefly add that this site is managed by Street Scene and is currently amenity open space, which has light amenity use. The reason East Devon applied for planning permission at the site is to allow the continuation of a sitting out consent for the Manor Hotel and assist in business recovery. As has been mentioned previously, we've previously carried out the same planning process for the Strand in support for the businesses there. The sitting out consents are temporary and were developed to mirror where possible the pavement licences and the associated relaxation in legislation, which came about as a result of COVID. The intention is to help businesses get back on their feet, which is much aligned with a message given to us by the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. And as outlined by the Planning Officer, Chris, this planning application is for a temporary change of use of an area of amenity land until the 30th of September 2021. And it is not our intention to see a permanent change for the use of this land, as we value it as good amenity space. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christo. Next, we move on to Councillor Tim Dumper from Exmouth Town Council.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Acting Chair. Good morning, members. I'm here to give you the Town Council view on this. Now, I would say to Nick Christo, who's just set out benefits and the temporary nature of this, that no way are we questioning the good faith of the good District Council in putting this forward. However, although we support local business and very much give our positive support to local business, especially in this difficult time, it cannot mean neglecting all other considerations. You have heard from local residents this morning, and there are others who have objected as well, that it is going to affect their amenity. It will also affect the nature of the conservation area, I believe, because the grassy area opposite is all part of the peace, the tranquility, and the way the beacon looks. This historic area needs to be retained even through this pandemic period. We also view it because, as has been said, it's 30 metres up the road. We view it as a bit of an accident waiting to happen, with both customers and waiting staff crisscrossing the road. A road which is by the Manor Hotel, which has a pavement only on one side. So it is our view that it wouldn't be a very good place to have it. So in sum, that is really the view of the Town Council. And as has been said, we were unanimous in Planning Committee in making an objection to it. We don't think it's appropriate, and we think that it is very easy on a temporary basis to get all sorts of things passed through. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dumper. Next, we move on to ward members. First of all, I have Councillor Ollie Davey.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, I mean, this is a tricky one, isn't it? Because we are very keen to support local businesses, and I know the Manor Hotel well. I've been in there many a time, and I know that they have no outdoor space at present. So this is about supporting local businesses, but we have to consider also the impact on other people. And in this case, I can see there's going to be quite a bit of impact on local residents. I don't accept the precedent argument, because I think we all recognise that we are in extraordinary times. And I think it would really only be for this summer. However, it seems to me it's a bit ill-conceived. There are definitely practical difficulties to this, and the idea that if I was living there, you know, seeing a dozen tables appearing there every day, being carried across the road, and people sitting out, eating and drinking, and as been pointed out, quite possibly smoking as well. I think I would have very strenuous objections as well. I've just rechecked the government guidance because I wanted to confirm this. I understand that, all being well, hospitality venues are going to be able to open indoors from May the 17th. So it seems to me this would be a very temporary situation and not a very satisfactory one at that. But given the temptation to have the extra space, I can see that it would be taken full advantage of. And I think many other pubs and hotels are in the same position. They don't have outdoor space, and they are just going to have to hang on and grit their teeth until the 17th of May. So I think on balance, and although there could be some advantage to a local business, I feel that the amenity of local residents completely outweighs that, and I am going to recommend that this is refused.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davey. Next, we move on to Councillor Whibley.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to echo what Councillor Dumper said about sort of Nick Christo putting this forward. Completely understand why he's done it, and anything I say now is not a criticism of that. Speaking really as a ward member rather than being on licensing, because obviously that's a slightly different thing. What I would say is the idea of establishments using outside space, especially in Exmouth in recent years and on an ongoing basis, is quite a hot topic. And it mainly centres in Exmouth around the Strand. And in the Strand, the space is less contentious for that, because that's what it's there for. It's a central hub. It's where, you know, those sort of businesses exist. This is different. I think, one, because of where it is. It is a quiet, tranquil place. It is where people escape from the town when they walk. I think you have a bizarre situation where, sort of, normally in planning we talk about overlooking. It's kind of reverse overlooking, where you have people in houses overlooking the potential, however many tables it was, packed into packed into a small space where it doesn't seem like COVID rules can be met. I think my biggest problem with this are the practicalities of it. I honestly cannot see how it will work without potentially endangering life from people crossing the road, staff with trays of drinks, and it just, the distance between the hotel and the area, it just, none of it seems to make any sense to me in terms of how it's going to be useful. And I do, believe me, I do accept we need to be promoting business in these difficult times and allowing opportunity for them to reopen in a way which is going to be successful for them. But as has been said before, you cannot override all of the other considerations. So on the grounds of loss of public amenity and, I guess potential risk to life. It sounds dramatic, but I don't think it is. I'm finding it quite hard to support this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Woodley. Next, we move on to Councillor Wragg.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd like to compare the two areas. The Strand is a conservation area. The Beacon, it's also, the Strand is a commercial centre. And there you have the commercial properties occupying the ground floors. Anyone who goes to live in the Strand, and I believe they're mostly leasehold, will be living on first and second floors. So they won't be looking out directly over any of the activity that happens, not as you would at ground level. The Beacon is not a commercial area apart from having 2 hotels up there. And they've been contained within the buildings, no outdoor activities. Now, residents along the Beacon, which is a very quiet residential area, will be looking out at level almost at people who will be eating and drinking on the grassed area, which is away from the Manor Hotel. The Beacon is a very special area, and historically it has great significance. Lady Nelson lived there. Lady Byron lived there. So it is, shall we say, an area of some quality and very much appreciated by locals. And I think going down this route would change the character. So I cannot support this application, Chairman. I wholeheartedly agree with the Town Council. I have to say, when I first looked at this, I had it evenly balanced. But the more I thought about it and the more I pulled out these things, I think, no, this really doesn't sit well, not for the Beacon. So for that reason, I can't support this application. And, I don't know if you're moving into debate now, Chairman? Chair?
Yes, we are. We're just about to move into the committee now.
Right, then, Chair, I'd like to propose refusal of this application, please.
Okay. Do we have to, Shirley, can you just confirm, do we have to move into committee first? Because I've got a list of speakers, obviously, or can
No,
I
you
take
look for a
that?
seconder. You look
I'll
for a
Can I
second
seconder.
take that as a seconder
I'm happy
now?
to second it.
I'll second it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I've got Councillor Key, was that?
Yes.
Councillor Key, seconded by Councillor Key. Thank you very much. And proposed by Councillor Wragg. Thank you very much, Councillor Wragg and Councillor Key. Would you like to speak first, Councillor Key?
Yes, thank you very much indeed. I mean, the actual size there, I mean, it's ridiculous to think that you're going to get 12 tables and 24 chairs there. Utterly ridiculous. It's not a level piece of land anyway. Plus the fact, I mean, you've got a lovely green area there. Now, at the time they finish during the summer, what are you going to have? You're just, and if we have a wet time, you're going to have an absolute mud pit there. And I just cannot see that this is going to work. It's going to ruin that lovely piece of grassland there. And therefore, I have no hesitation in supporting refusal of this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Key. Next, we have Councillor De Sarum to speak.
I think a lot of points have already been well made, Vice Chair, but I'd still like to say that the space itself is not very practical for the use of sitting outside. And as people have said, it isn't a conservation area. It's a treasured public space, and I think the main problem against it as well will be the great British weather, because we cannot tell whether we'll get satisfactory days to operate it, and I think that will also cause a great deal of concern for the residents, because as they say, they would front onto the tables and they would have their life disrupted for quite some time whilst it's operational. I understand that it is for a temporary period, and I understand, as members have said, that there is a business case for East Devon to get the most from its assets, but I think the Strand, as everyone has said, is a much better location. For those reasons, I go along with the recommendation to refuse.
Thank you very much, Councillor De Sarum. Next, I have Councillor Woodward to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair or Vice Chair. The report refers to a sort of limited time, but this is 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's going to ruin the residents' summer, basically. They're going to be looking out of their windows upon people having a jolly good time right outside their windows. I think that's unacceptable from the residents' point of view. I'm also slightly confused or bemused that this is, although we're so praiseworthy to be supporting businesses, this is just for one business, the Manor Hotel. And I wonder why they have not come forward, what part they have played in this application. There seems to be, from the correspondence we've had, they've been rather not forthcoming, the owners of the Manor Hotel. So I wonder to what extent they will be suffering in this present time. But anyway, I'm sure we seem to have a sense of travel towards refusing this. So I will be also putting forward refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Woodward. We have Councillor Gazzard to speak next, and then I think we'll go, and Councillor Wragg, then we'll go back to Chris for the reasonings behind this. So next, Councillor Gazzard, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Like my colleagues, a lot of it's already been said, but I would like to just to mention that, as you see with the photograph that's on the screen, the hotel is some distance from the grassed area. And as you can see from the picture, with all the cars that are parked up there, and then sometimes they are even closer parked together, the issue would be a health and safety issue for staff coming down from the Manor Hotel, down the steps, across the road, and then maybe trying to get through the cars. So there is a health and safety issue. I know it's not a planning issue, but that's another point I wanted to raise. I'd also like to just mention the issue of the unsuitability level of the grass, as you can see there. I did have a look at it on Monday, and as one of my colleagues has said, that the problem with the British weather, I was up there, it was sunny, then it was hailing, and then it was windy. So, you know, it would be a real problem for, I would imagine, the the Manor Hotel staff to operate it safely. So although I am sympathetic to the reasons why it's come forward, I think that it's not appropriate on this space. And bearing in mind the town council are unanimous about their opposition to it, and the overwhelming concerns by residents, I think that it should be refused. Could I just also mention, Chair, Vice Chair, I did forget in my declaration to say that I am also a member of the licensing committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gazzard. Next, we move on to Councillor Wragg.
Thank you. I'd just like to make the point that the people who are doing the catering now for the Manor Hotel are a barbecue company. Just like to make that point. I think strategy 49 could be cited as a reason for refusal, and possibly EN10 as well. They relate to conservation areas where no harm would be caused by things like change of use, which this would be, or display of advertisements within a conservation area, and that's all those things. I think that could be covered by EN10 if officers are looking for reasons for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wragg. I think if we go over to Mr. Rose now to go through some of the refusal reasons.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I've picked up on two main ones. So the detrimental loss of amenity to the residents, with the benefits of the proposal not outweighing that harm. So harm to the amenity of the residents. So that would be contrary to local plan policies D1 and EN14. And in addition, harmful visual impact on the conservation area, and that would be contrary to policies D1, EN10, and to policies EB1 and 2 of the Exmouth Neighbourhood Plan.
And sorry, Chair, and strategy 49.
Yep, for that second reason on the conservation area, yes, we can have that.
Okay, so we have a proposal from Councillor Wragg, seconded by Councillor Key. Charlotte, are you happy to sum that up for us now?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yes, members, you have a motion to refuse this application on the grounds of loss of amenity for local residents and the harmful impact on the conservation area. When your name is called, please would you indicate whether you're in support of the refusal, whether you're against the refusal, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the refusal.
Councillor Brown.
Support.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support the refusal.
Councillor Coleman.
Support refusal.
Councillor Davey.
Support refusal.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support refusal.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Refuse.
You're supporting refusal?
Yes, sorry. Yes, support refusal. I second
Councillor
it.
Pratt.
Support refusal.
Councillor Skinner.
Support refusal.
Councillor Whibley.
Support refusal.
Councillor Woodward.
Support refusal.
Councillor Wragg.
Support refusal.
Thank you. The vote to refuse is carried.
Thank you very much, everyone. We next move on to agenda item 12, application number 20/1799/FUL full 105 Victoria Road, Exmouth. This can be found on page 70. I would like to welcome to the meeting Timothy Doherty and Councillor Tim Dumper. First of all, though, I would like to go to Chris Rose to present his report.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application at 105 Victoria Road in Exmouth. It's a proposal for a one-bed annex with 2 parking spaces below. So demolition of an existing garage at the rear, 2 spaces put below, and then an annex above to serve the flat to 105. And it's before you because there's an objection from the ward member. So this is the existing layout. We've got 105 here in flats, and we've got a garage to the rear. And they want to propose 2 parking spaces below that and a new building above. And you can see the elevations of that there. So raising of the eaves level, putting the roof on, then you can see small windows and velux in the building to serve this accommodation that's ancillary to the flat. So there was a previous application on the site recently for a separate dwelling at the rear. That's those plans. This was refused on the basis of the design of the development and its layout. So you can see there was this awkward mansard roof and windows that look back straight towards the main property. So that application was refused. And this is the road at the back here. So it's this garage site here. So you can see the garage with the wood, and you can see the character of the area. Lots of flat roof garages, and then the occasional building with a pitch above. As is proposed with this application. So there's the site, and as you can see, some buildings there with pitches above. So as mentioned, in 2020 there was this refusal for the one-bed dwelling on design and visual impact grounds, and that also failed the sequential test because we're in the flood zone, and it was a proposal for a separate dwelling. The applicants now come in for an annex, so not a separate dwelling, but an annex to be additional accommodation to the flat. In terms of the principal development, annexes are supported in the built-up area boundaries in principle, so the principle of the development is acceptable. The report then goes on to talk about the design and the visual impact. And the local plan and neighbourhood plan policies seek to ensure that design is in character with the area, it's in context. And as you can see here, the character is defined by these garages, lots of them flat roof with the occasional pitches and roof spaces put in, which the application proposes. It addresses the previous refusal in terms of a better design, getting rid of that mansard roof, removal of the dormer windows, and putting velux in there. With regard to the height, we will have a building that's sort of similar to this. You'll have eaves, you'll have the eaves level raised above the top of the existing garage up to about this level, and then the pitched roof on top. So there's nothing there that's immediately similar to what's proposed. So you'll get this sort of gable feature above the garage and then the pitched roof above it. But it's considered to be in character with the area, given that mix of appearance of flat roofs and pitches. In terms of residential amenity, it's an annex, not a dwelling. There are small windows proposed in there, and there's adequate parking below. So there's not considered to be a detrimental impact on the neighbouring properties because it's just in the same use as the flat. And with regard to flood risk, it's an annex, not a separate dwelling, so it doesn't need to go through the sequential test. And we are proposing an occupancy condition to ensure that if consent is granted, that it's only used as an annex in association with number 105 itself. So on the basis that it addresses that previous application reason for refusal, and although we've got a building here that's going to have a higher pitch than this one and this one in the foreground, it's not considered to be out of character, and on that basis it's recommended for approval. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. I believe that Mr. Timothy Doherty has now joined us in the meeting.
Yes, he is in. He's currently on mute.
Okay.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Doherty. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. So my name's Tim Doherty. I'm a resident at 101 Victoria Road, 2 doors down from 105. The reasons for my raising of objection were basically because what we know of this property is that it is purely for rental. It's not a sort of home improvement. It's run as a business, with the previous application that was granted, with the top 2 floors being converted into 3 flats, and the bottom floor being retained by the original owner and used as 1 flat. Now to add the annex, it's basically, this is being run as a business in a residential area. None of the owners live in this area. Our concerns were basically because the grey garage door there is mine, so you can see how close we are in proximity. And I believe the neighbours the other side complained as well. Basically, our concern was, basically it overlooks everybody's garden, and also as a larger concern that this, granting the permission of this application, it does set a precedent for what is essentially a service strip road. And basically, by granting approval for this, it does open the avenue for any of us, including ourselves, to apply for planning permission to build a second property in our garden and basically populate this service strip access road for business. We will gladly, build an annex and rent it out and run it as a business, as everybody would seemingly be free to do so if this were granted. The point the gentleman previously made about the pitch being of a height where it is in character, I would take issue with that, because the only property that has got a pitch as high as this will be the property that was previously owned by the Round Table. Now, it has been widely accepted in the area, and the view is that pitch is there. You can see it there clearly. Yeah, that is well out of character with the rest of the properties in this area. But special dispensation was made for it because it was housing materials for the Round Table. So those are the 2 key points of my argument, to be honest. Well, 3. 1, we're going to have somebody looking right into our back garden, from every angle, because the property has already been extended.
3 minutes.
Right, okay. So am I allowed a very, very quick summary?
Mr. Doherty, yes, if you can sum up really, really quickly, I'll allow that.
So the property has already been extended on the main building overlooking our property. This will add another high-pitched area overlooking from the other angle into our property. And the other 2 key points are that 1, it is out of character, and 2, that it does open the avenue for all residents to consider a similar application for turning their gardens into businesses and letting them out for things like Airbnb.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doherty. Next, we move on to Exmouth Town Council, Councillor Tim Dumper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Joe, I'll try and be brief. Victoria Road, St Andrews Road and that area, the pressures on development there are huge. There's lots of divisions, subdivisions, annexes, additional flats, houses in multiple occupation, etc., etc. So we on planning committee, on town council, try to keep a good eye on that. Now, I appreciate what Mr. Rose said about this new application being an annex rather than a separate dwelling, and I see the point on that. But on the other hand, our objection was because we saw this as being out of character and again against policy EB2 in Exmouth's neighbourhood plan, but also individually, of course, it overlooks and it, in our view, constitutes out of keeping overdevelopment. So I think we voted unanimously at Town Council on that, and I'm sure my colleagues here on the committee will correct me if I'm wrong in that assertion. But we certainly passed an objection by a very big majority. So for those reasons, we oppose that development.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dumper. Now we move on to the ward members, and first of all, I have Councillor Eileen Wragg.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I've lived, as I say, in this house. It's 7 doors away from the application site. I've lived here for 33 years. In that time, if we could go to the photos of pitched roofs, Mr. Rose. No, the other one. That's, you see that big one up there? That was part of the Round Table House, which was used for respite breaks for groups from around the country. Now, that was not built in accordance with the planning consent at the time. And for those of you who are longer serving members, you'll remember Councillor Ray Franklin and Councillor Barry Willoughby. Councillor Franklin was chair of Planning and Environment at the time. And I invited him down to have a look at this. And both he and Councillor Willoughby agreed that it was too large, but I think nothing was done about it purely because of the applicant being the Round Table, and it wouldn't have been a popular decision. So that was built, I think, if I'm right, about a good 18 inches, 2 feet higher than it had approval for. So that is not typical of the area. The other thing I'll say is that the main house is already 4 separate flats. So how could this be an annex when those 4 flats occupied by 4 different households? I think this is massive overdevelopment. And another thing, if we could get an idea of the size of those garages, to say that 2 cars could get in there, well, they'd have to be like the old bubble cars, I would guess, if you're going to get them in. I see Councillor Skinner's laughing. He's older than I thought he was. So to get 2 cars in there, I think that is misleading. I don't think, I walked by there the other day and I thought, I just couldn't make out how 2 cars could possibly get in there. So, and the other thing is the overlooking. Now, the gardens along there, believe it or not, they're fairly private. We've got a hedge at the back. And, you know, we can strip off during the summer, not a pretty sight. But the thing is, you know, we're not overlooked. And we get the sun in all day long. It faces south. So it's really, you know, we're quite happy there. But I say, I do have a great deal of sympathy for the neighbours here. I think it would be intrusive. It would have impact. It would impact on the quality of their lives and their amenity. It would take light from their garden. And so, Chair, I can't propose refusal at this point, but I'll listen to the other ward members and see what they have to say as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Eileen Wragg. Next, we move on to Councillor Ollie Davey, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, I mean, on this one, I do accept the precedent argument. I know we take each application on its merits, but this would be the first one along this road. And I can see in future other applications coming up and it being pointed out, well, this is similar to other developments on the road. And I just don't think this is a suitable location for this. This is already a very densely populated area. As we've heard, the main house is divided into 4 flats. Nobody's actually mentioned, well, Councillor Ragg mentioned the sunshine. This has got a southeast orientation, and I would have thought there would be some shading from this building of the gardens, particularly the garden to the left, looking northwards. I think that given the increased height, although it's a pitch roof, I think the increased height will be out of keeping with the other buildings along that service lane. So it's really, it is overdevelopment, and it's larger than any other building along there. And I don't know if Mr. Rose can comment on this, but we've heard that as an annex, in theory, possibly it could be sublet as Airbnb. So I think that's another reason for refusal. I just don't think this is appropriate development in this area.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davey. Next, we move on to Councillor Whibley.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. First of all, I'd just like to say something about the sequential test, and it seems sort of a dull thing. Because this is an annex and not a sort of separate dwelling, we're able to accept it. Were it a separate dwelling as before, it would fail the sequential test. And I think it's really, really unfair. It's just one of the vagaries of that system that we have people who are wanting to develop affordable accommodation in the town that can't. And you have a situation with this where it's perfectly all right. But that's kind of an aside. I think that, you know, the key question, as has been mentioned before, is whether or not it's an annex or a separate dwelling. And I'm not questioning the motives of the owners of the property, but I just don't get the purpose of this. And further to what Councillor Davey said about it becoming an Airbnb, I'd also like some clarification from Chris about the difference between it being between a tenant and a lodger. I mean, if somebody's lodging in the building, do the conditions about it not being a separate dwelling apply? Because as far as I can see, the annex is a couple of white goods and a hob away from being a pretty small studio flat, which is not what this is supposed to be. I think the idea that the service lane will effectively, you know, it will set the precedent for it to become a residential street, be that holiday lets or sort of flats, even though this is not a discrete flat. It's separate from the accommodation that's there already, though in my head it is, and I realise that's not how it's written, but that's, you know, that's how it is. So I guess I would recommend this to be turned down on the grounds of overdevelopment. I think it's against EB2 of the neighbourhood plan. And I do, as I say, I do question, though this can't be written into any recommendations, I do question the idea that this is an annex. Okay, thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whibley. I wonder if we would like to move over to Mr. Rose just to be able to answer and come back with some of those questions just before we move over to the committee to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so the previous application was for a separate dwelling. That was refused. So now they've come in as an annex. And to be an annex, it would have to be used in association with the flat to 105. And if they sublet the unit separately from 105, or if they put enough equipment in there to have its own, you know, bathroom, kitchen facilities, and it wasn't used in association with 105, then it would very much become a separate dwelling. So in terms of letting it, they could let it as part of a flat to 105, but it would have to be part of that unit. They couldn't separate it off and let it out separately. They couldn't have a separate tenant in there. It really would have to be a bedroom in this annex that was then reliant on kitchen, washing facilities in the flat. So if the applicant were thinking that this is some way that they could then let this separately as an Airbnb or as a separate unit, then this permission wouldn't allow that. all it allows basically is it to be used in association with a flat. So just think of it as an extension on the building, albeit detached, that they have to use it as. And in terms of the concerns from the ward members, I understand them. I mean, you'll see there the reasons for refusal on the application last year. And I'll let the debate go on, but it sounds as if those ward members are looking at reasons for refusal that are very similar to reasons 1 and 3 that were refused in 2020. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. We'll now move over to the committee, and first on my list I have Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm going to actually really support all what the members have said. I wonder if Mr. Rose, if you could go back to the original picture of the road, because you know, a picture says 1,000 words. It's the one before that, looking down the other way. That's the one. That's the one there. As you can see, I mean, you know, as Councillor Ragland knows, I spent many years here, going around here, many friends down in this part of the world. This application. I'm like one or two others have said, I don't like using the word setting precedents, because actually you might hear me say it later on. The setting of precedents is a misnomer in some respects, but in this type of setting, it's nearly not. And it's not because once you start to break this and it starts to put enveloped windows and all the rest of it in these buildings, obviously, if an appeals inspector was to turn up and he starts to say, well, there's one there and then there's one there and there's one over there, how are we going to stop this? This is overdevelopment by every stretch of the imagination. This was supposed to be garages. This is not supposed to be annexes or anything else come to that. I think it's wholly wrong, and I'm really quite strong on this. I think it's wholly wrong that if development takes place in this particular location here today, we will be in a world of trouble in going on into the future, is my opinion. It's just my opinion, and I'm hoping members may come on the same lead.
It'll be the first of many.
I actually believe that if we don't sit on this now, stamp on this now, we will be, and it won't just be in this street, it will start to overdevelop in other places as well. And it's not where we want to be. That's not where our housing and how we should be doing things by, it's almost like cramming them in. That's not what this is. It's a beautiful location in lots of ways. You might not think so with some of it, but I can tell you living down there is a beautiful location and it's a wonderful place to live. And overdeveloping it by starting on this process would be wholly wrong for me, and I'm going to be really strong in this. So if nobody has yet put forward a motion of refusal on this application, then I'm going to do it.
I'll second that.
Please.
Yeah, I'll second that.
I understand.
Oh, don't know who that is there. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Skinner. So you've made a proposal of refusal, and I believe that's been seconded by Councillor Ragg. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Ragg, would you like to speak again now?
I don't think I have too much more to add. I did.
Can I get a tray, please? Where? Just there. Okay.
Sorry, I don't know who that is.
No, I don't know. Nobody here. Yes, it is a service lane. Now, I've seen ambulances called to that lane in the past. You imagine trying to get a heavy emergency vehicle up through there, you just wouldn't do it. So that's another reason. That would effectively be that annex's front entrance. It's a misnomer to say it's an annex. I don't believe it is an annex. It would effectively be the front entrance to that dwelling. So I'm more than happy to second it, and I'd like to thank Councillor Skinner for what he said about the area. At first sight, it looks a bit run down, but I assure you it really isn't. It's garages that make it look like this is a service lane. It's not a main road. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ragg. Next to speak on the committee, I have Councillor De Sarum.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And as I said, many planning justifications have been put forward to suggest why it has been amended to become an annex and should now be acceptable. But as we've heard, the fact is that we're going to get a roof which will still be higher and out of character in a service lane. And I would think that it will go back to the point which was made, that it will be visually intrusive and discordant feature within the street scene and out of keeping with the Exmouth Neighbourhood Plan EB2. So for that reason, I would join everyone else in saying that it should be refused. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor De Sarum. Next, I have Councillor Gazzard to speak.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, all I will say, Chair, is that it goes against EB2 of Exmouth Neighbourhood Plan. In my opinion, it's overdevelopment, and the pitch of the roof will be, in my view, out of keeping with the character. And has been said by Councillor Skinner, this is a service lane, and as everybody can see, it's garages. It's not for annexes to be built on top. So I can't support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gazzard. I think if we go over to Mr. Rose now for clarifications of the reasons why we want this to go through on refusal. Chris, if you're happy.
Thank you. Yeah, so two reasons. Size and height of the building representing overdevelopment of the site, out of character with the area, so harm to the visual amenity of this access lane, and that's contrary to strategy 6, policy D1 and policy EB2 of the neighbourhood plan. And secondly, by reason of the height, bulk, mass and proximity to the site boundaries, unacceptable relationship with the adjoining properties and loss of to the detriment of their amenity, contrary to policy D1 of the local plan. For two reasons: the visual impact on that, harmful visual impact on that lane, and then the impact on the amenity of those adjoining properties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. I think if Councillor Skinner and Councillor Ragg are happy with those, then we could move it. Are you both happy?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic, lovely, thank you. If we move over to Mrs. Shaw then to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you've just heard from Chris, his proposed, and the mover and seconder also supported the reasons for refusal. Please, would you, when your name is called, indicate whether you're in support of the motion to refuse, you're against the motion to refuse, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Brown.
Support the motion.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Coleman.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Davey.
Support refusal.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support motion to refuse.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support refusal.
Councillor Key.
Support refusal.
Councillor Pratt.
Support refusal.
Councillor Skinner.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Whibley.
Support the motion to refuse. Thank you.
Councillor Woodward.
Support refusal.
Councillor Ragg.
Support refusal.
Thank you. The vote to refuse is carried.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Next is agenda item 10, and I will hand you back to our chair, Councillor Eileen Ragg.
Thank you, Councillor Chamberlain, and thank you for chairing so well. It was a bit difficult there, wasn't it? So I was quite relieved that I wasn't in the chair. Agenda item 10, application 210030, full application, Hunt Hayes Farm, Orliscombe, and that's on page 44. And I'd like to welcome Andrew Paley and Councillor Nigel Bolton to the meeting. Are they in?
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm in.
Thank you. And over to Chris to present his report. Chris Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just sharing my screen. Oh no, don't want that. There we go. So yeah, application at Hunt Hayes Farm in Orliscombe. It's an application for conversion of a barn and store to a dwelling. So you can see the existing dwellings there, and so it's conversion of these barns and store. And you can see the access into the site. It's before members because it's got ward member support, and we're in the AONB, and it's obviously part of an existing barn complex. So if I just run through the photos, so you can see the location here. We are isolated. We're in the countryside. We're about 1.2 kilometres northwest of Orliscombe. And here we have the existing layout of the barns and then the proposed. So you can see various roof lights and then proposed terrace or patio areas here, and then an extension of the curtilage garden into this part of the site here. And then in terms of the layout, you can see conversion of these buildings here to 4-bedroom dwelling with associated accommodation. There's a playroom, game room, games room, etc. And then a small element of roof space used there. And these are the existing elevations. So very much barn buildings. You'll notice that the inner courtyard has been amended quite a bit, but the outer elevations of the building are virtually unchanged. And these are the proposed elevations. So you can see quite a change in terms of the number of openings that are proposed in the doors and windows, and I'll come back to that. So this is one of the barns you can see from the outside. Then we go into the courtyard there. You can see used for parking. One of the other parts of the building. So you can see unused or untouched barns, but certainly used ancillary to a house and for other uses. So in terms of the principle of development, strategy 7 of the local plan says that there needs to be other planning policy support in the local plan or the neighbourhood plan to allow development. There's no emerging neighbourhood plan here that we can give any weight to. So then we fall to policy D8 of the local plan that deals with conversions of rural buildings. And we have a few of these applications, so members will be aware that there's 2 criteria here in particular that are important that a proposal needs to comply with. It needs to be of a sympathetic design, and it needs to be in a sustainable location. With regard to the location of the development, you'll see in the report we're about a mile from Orliscombe. There's no safe pedestrian or cycle access to the site. The bus services in the area are very poor and limited. And even if you can get to Orliscombe, that's got limited services in itself. So therefore, the site isn't in a sustainable location. It's in the countryside. You'd be reliant on the car, and that's contrary to strategies 7 of the local plan and policy D8 and policy TC2 in terms of these aren't the locations that the local plan directs new residential development towards on the basis it's unsustainable. And you'll see in the report, albeit very old, there's been appeal decisions to say that, that this sort of location isn't sustainable.
Could be, yeah.
So alongside the location of this conversion not being in accordance with the local plan, there's concerns about the visual impact. As you can see, the buildings are pretty untouched at the moment, and every proposal needs to preserve and enhance the building. That's the requirement of policy D8. And it's considered that the extent and the nature of the changes significantly change its character. So if I go from the barns as they are at the moment to those proposed, you can see the number of doors and windows that are proposed. Of particular concern is this upper floor gablet, if you want to call it that, that's proposed here and introduced in this door. The number of windows that are proposed, and then in particular these new window openings in this elevation, these large patio doors that are out of character, and that's on this elevation that faces out and that you get distance views on. So whilst we accept that when you have barn conversions, there's an element of windows and doors that need introducing, they're normally kept to a minimum to try and retain the character of the building and reduce those openings. And in this case, it's considered that there's too many openings, and then when there are openings such as introducing this and having these large windows and these patio doors, that's out of character with what we would expect a barn conversion to be like. So it takes away from its agricultural appearance. You'll see in the report that there's support from the parish council. The applicant has mentioned that this will enable, I think it's grandchildren or theirs or close relatives to be able to live nearby in the village. And whilst that's appreciated, it's not a policy consideration. There's no policy in the local plan would allow a exception to our the location of dwellings on the basis of facilitating occupation for a family member. We can't condition that. The applicant could get consent and sell the site on tomorrow, or they could get consent, move in and then sell it on at another time. So we've got no control over who would be the applicants or occupiers of those properties. So that benefit doesn't justify a departure from our planning policies in terms of where development should be, of residential dwellings should be located. So in light of that, the application's recommended refusal on the basis of its unsustainable location for residential development, contrary to the local plan strategy for housing locations, on the basis of the unsympathetic design due to the number of openings and the harmful impact on the appearance of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Next, we have the agent, Andrew Paley. Mr. Paley, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee. My name is Andrew Paley from Beam Designs. Huntes is a complex of brick and stone buildings, which is already part converted. It's occupied by Mrs. Cannon's grandparents. Our clients do have very strong links to the locality, and Mrs. Cannon herself is a key worker. She's a district nurse operating in and around Orlescombe and Honiton. Notwithstanding the strong ties to the local support for the local community, the office has chosen to recommend refusal. I will demonstrate that this is actually a very sustainable conversion, and it fully accords with recent decisions made by this authority. This park conversion plan is almost exactly the same distance from Honiton as a nearby approved application 152250, approved by delegation in June 2016. That report concluded that whilst the building is not ideally located for access to local services, the distances by car are fairly short. Furthermore, the benefits arising from the reuse of the building are considered to outweigh the harm in this case. Now, in that case, Bishop Haven Farm, there were more openings and more roof lights on a smaller building than is proposed here. This 2016 stance has been totally inverted, and every point raised in that report as a positive is now presented today as a negative. To support this inversion of view, the officers have come up with an appeal decision made over 20 years ago under different plan policies and concerns holiday lets rather than residential use. From this negative stance, the matters of design that have been raised have been put forward as just to support this inversion of view. As an established design principle with over 30 years of doing this sort of work, it's clear all these design comments are minor in nature and above all very subjective, as demonstrated by the positive comments made by the community at large. Design points include mentioning the use of brick coins and heads, which, as you see from the photo in front of you, are actually the ways that we're dealing with openings on buildings. Other questions are raised about the use of materials. There was no dialogue or negotiation regarding this, and obviously as a design professional, that's not how we work. I must stress that all these points raised about the design of the building are secondary and have been raised to support a complete change of stance on policy, which isn't supported by any change in policy itself. I therefore urge members to maintain
30 seconds remaining
in the application of adopted policies, support the application and look at the support for the local community, and to approve the application, sustainably reusing an existing building to be occupied by a local family who work locally and serve its community. I'm happy to answer any further questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paley. Next, we have Orlescombe Parish Councillor Nigel Bolton. Councillor Bolton, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to Chair Committee. Very simply, and I'm going to be very brief, the Parish Council unanimously support this application. Just as we supported the application in 2016, it's been previously cited, which we would view as a bit of a precedent. The barns in 2016 are less than 200 metres away from this particular barn as the crow flies across a couple of fields. And we supported that, and your committee supported that, and they have now been restored, and they are occupied by 2 young families who have joined our community. The Parish Council's position is to support applications which are innovative, where solutions can be found to utilise empty buildings such as this. It is empty, it is unused, it is from a previous age, and we as a community and as a parish council would wish to see these types of buildings brought into the modern era and used for housing, specifically for families, young families and others who wish to join our community or wish to return, as this family do, to their roots. The parish, like all rural parishes, needs to grow. I want our community, our parish, to survive. I disagree with Mr. Rosen that we are an unsatisfactory location, and there's an awful lot of good community strength within Alderscombe and Weston as a parish. We need it to grow. We need it to revitalise and grow its socio and economic base, not just to survive, but to grow in a sustainable manner. This type of application allows us as a community to allow that to happen. Yes, we're rural, but we have a parish church, 2 other places of worship, a vibrant community hub in a village hall, which provides resources to many clubs and associations, not just from the parish. We have a farm shop, which you approved for building within the last 5 years, and a restaurant. And as a community, we need to ensure that our community grows and sustains to allow these businesses and these community pieces to last for the future. Most of our services within the community within walking distance, and as within the previous precedent in 2016, the town of Honiton and surrounding services are within short car distances, which hopefully will become electric, not petrol or diesel driven journeys. So in summary, Madam Chair and the rest of the committee, the Parish Council strongly support this application, and we ask you to do the same, please, in our support and for our community, as you did in 2016, which has provided homes for young families within our community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Right. Committee Ward Member, Councillor Colin Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, consistency is something that I've been told is should always go along with planning. And if you read the executive report, it refers to planning applications 25 and 30 years ago, one in 1995, one in 1989, but there's no reference whatsoever to an application made in 2016 under our present local plan. That was a delegated report that was written up for approval, where the officers make the report and the officers decide on the report themselves, and it doesn't come to planning. That particular delegated report said that this property complied with policy D8 of the local plan. This particular application is probably 200 metres away from the property in 2016 that was approved, and that was approved for 2 units from 1 barn. It's said in the delegated report, the property also requires to be a building located close to a range of accessible service to meet everyday needs of residents. The nearest settlement of Alderscombe, which has a bus stop, a pub, a church, a school and a community hall, also lacks a shop and surgery, but these are available in Honiton, about 4 kilometres away. While it is likely that the occupants of the dwellings would rely on the car for most of their everyday needs, this has to be balanced against the sustainability benefits of reusing existing buildings. And it went further down to conclude with, the proposal would restore and bring back the use of additional barn, which it does in this case, which is no longer suited to modern day farming practices. The alterations to the building would be sympathetic in character, which this is, and the works around it would tidy up neglected areas and result in an improvement to its setting, which this does. While the building is not highly located for access to local services by sustainable modes of transport, the distances by car are fairly short. Furthermore, the benefits arising from the restoration and reuse of the building are considered to outweigh the harm in this case. And this is exactly the same with this application. You know, it brings something back into use, and I think it should be approved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Right. Councillor Key.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I concur everything that Councillor Brown has said. I went and had a look at this site and around the yard there. Naturally, it was said that there would be too many windows in there. Now, I don't know how you can live in somewhere without windows. There is one part of the development there that has got far more windows in it than is proposed in this piece of development. The buildings at the moment are obsolete. They are not being used for anything. It would be very, very sad to see them dilapidated, and unless something is done with them, conversion, this is what will happen over a period of time. This area, or this the buildings that are there are occupied by a family, and I mean they are related. 2 or 3 of these conversions are they're all related. I cannot see any problem at all in the conversion of this to preserve these buildings, which have been of great use in the past, no longer any use at all now, because you can't get into them. They're not stockworthy, and therefore I fully support that they should be converted into living accommodation for a young couple that were born into this village and want to come back. We heard earlier on that the very first application at Salston, no pavements to going into Ottery St Mary, and now it's being said that there's no pavements here, but that one was passed. So I can't see the problem with this at all. These people that live in these converted barns in this particular precinct use their vehicles, and I see no problem whatsoever in the conversion of it with the windows that are proposed. If you go there and have a look, there are more windows in some of the other conversions, and therefore I think that the statement there is too many windows is excessive, and therefore I fully support that the application to approve.
Thank you. Right, Councillor De Sarum.
Thank you, Chair. As we've heard, the Parish Council would support innovative solutions to utilise unoccupied buildings. So I think that's very positive. I note that the distances by car will be very short, and in the future, of course, it may be done by electric. And I would say that what is being suggested today is to secure the future of this unoccupied group of buildings. So for that reason, I would support approval against the recommendations in our report today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Whibley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is really, really tricky, isn't it? Because there's a lot of support against the officer recommendation. I don't know which way to go at this point. I mean, I'm tempted to go with the officer with what the officers say, just simply because I think what they've said is really, really well thought out. It doesn't sit well with a lot of the policies, a long list of policies, and they're there for a reason, I think, and because of that, I would disagree with what's been said so far, I think. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. But are you making that a proposal or not? I'm not quite clear on that.
I will propose to go with the officer's recommendation if anybody will back that up. But
thank you. Is there a
Chair,
second?
I did put forward.
We've already
recommendation of approval.
Yeah, you spoke as ward member. We haven't moved into the debate. Is there a seconder for that proposal?
Yes, I'll second. Councillor Davey.
Councillor Davey, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was just going to come in behind Joe there because I feel that we've heard a lot of arguments in favour, and I felt that we ought to perhaps look at a few against. Firstly, we have to accept this is an unsustainable location. This is development in the open countryside, and I know it's conversion of existing barns, and I don't have too many problems with the actual design. I wasn't particularly enamoured of the raised gable end, but I can see that if you're going to convert a barn, it's going to be hard to pretend that it's still a farm building. But my concern is more that this is an unsustainable location and it's the open countryside. Now, we've heard lots of arguments about how this is going to be occupied by a young family who will support the local primary school, and I accept all that. And I'm very much in favour of supporting local primary schools, but there's no guarantee that that situation will continue. And there's nothing to say that in a few years' time, this won't be sold off and become a separate dwelling for somebody else. So I'm not entirely convinced that is a strong argument. So at the moment, though I'd like to hear from a few other members, I am happy to support refusal and support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Last but not least, I see.
Councillor Skinner, if I could just say, with your farming background and with Councillor Keys, I thought it would be interesting to get a non-farming member's perspective on it. So it wasn't, it's just to get a balance, that's all.
It's a pity the recommendation went in before it did. But anyway, never mind. Let me carry on. I represented Orliscombe before in the last boundary change. So I represented Orliscombe for, I think it was nearly 12 years. So I know the area extremely well and I know the people who live there. I think there's something what members want to take on board here. And I absolutely take on board what what Mr. Rose says when he says there is actually no policy consideration when we talk about members of families staying within the bounds of their particular, in this particular case of occupancy. And that's because we fail in that particular arena in our policy making, and we need to address it pretty damn quick. Because what is really on here is this is a family unit of 3 generations. And when Councillor Davey spoke earlier about this could be done, it could be sold, it could be this, it could be that. Yes, it probably could, and that does happen. More in the towns than it happens in the countryside, because what happens here is this family's been here for generations because they own land. This in the case of get a better planning application and then sell it off and bounce down the road and make a few quid. That is what these people are all about. These people are families that have been here for many generations. And Orliscombe is an unsustainable village on the basis that it has a farm shop. Now, it didn't have a farm shop. It is elongated along the main road. As a previous ward member for Orliscombe, we tried for a long time to try to get development that's going to work, it's going to bring the village together. Orliscombe is a powerful little village that is very much built on the community that it actually serves and it looks after. There's a stronger message here than just our policy, and that is about families staying within the family unit. This conversion, whether it fits or not, and I'll ask the question. I will ask the question to Mr. Rose in a moment or two when I come to it, which will be quite a blatantly obvious one as to where that would go. And that is talking about whether or not if this particular location wasn't in an AONB, and I use the words, if it wasn't in an AONB, it could probably come under the Class Q process. And I'll say to Mr. Rose now, in all the applications of Class Qs that have come through, Mr. Rhodes, Do you think, in your professional opinion, that if this could have come under a Class Q application, would it succeed? I'm asking
Through you,
Ms.
Chair,
Brooks.
it's an irrelevant question because we're in the AONB.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, let me deal with that one then. The answer to that question would be probably on the clarification of what's needed to succeed. Yes, it probably would. So this application probably wouldn't have needed to come to this committee other than to be ratified on the sorts of things that may or may not be adjusted to the application. It would probably have gone through a Class Q process and it would have succeeded because they are redundant farm buildings. And this is where we have the difference between when we talk about town applications and we talk about countryside applications. Countryside people, and I say this with my hand on my heart, country's people like these people here are here for the long haul. They're not here for the short term. They're not here to come and go. This particular family that is proposing to put this forward is a young family that is the granddaughter of the mother that lives in the house. They want to stay in the family unit. They want to look after one another. They don't need assistance or help from anybody else or the NHS as life goes on. So in my opinion, what we're doing here, it's really important this, what we're doing here is the planning process and allowing the planning process to develop in a way that is going to create the right environment, not just about buildings and the appearance of buildings, which I understand that's what we do with the planning committee, but the whole social cohesion as to how this really works in the world in which we're living. For me, I'm going to absolutely get behind this and support this application with every bit of ounce of bone in my body, because I fundamentally believe this is why we're here. This is why when applications come forward and they don't quite fit the bill, make it fit the bill, make this happen, because this particular application, in the way that it's structured and the way it is really important. That's why we have planning committees, and that's why we need the feet on the ground of the members, the ward members who actually put the case together. You've heard the parish council speak very strongly in favour. You've heard 2 ward members speak very strongly in favour. Ask yourself the question, have you got one application, anybody that objects to this application at all, other than our officers, at all? Nobody. How many applications do we have come forward when nobody objects to an application? That's how much this application is supported by the people and the people in this area that live here. I very much want to promote the application if I can move it, and we'll see where we go with the first motion. I'd like to think that that motion of refusal fails and we can come back, and I'm intending to put forward a motion of approval for this application. Thank you.
Well, we have motions and we have emotions. And I think, you know, knowing friends, knowing family and all the rest of it, not a planning consideration, as you well know, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Chamberlain.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's been really interesting listening to this planning application. I'm from a rural background myself. We've got our own little small holding here, and I look at these buildings, and with so many coming forward at the moment for residential development, it saddens me because we're losing so much of our green agricultural sort of farming side to Class Q or whatever's coming forward at the moment. I've just listened to this debate, and I've listened to the parish council talk, and I've listened to how much this is needed. And the fact that this family has been in this village for many, many years, and it's needed now for the younger generation. And the fact that new smaller homes are needed within this area, again, needed and sort of desperate for it. They've got their farm shop now, brilliant going forward. They're trying to make more of a community with everything there that's needed to sustain that community, which I think is absolutely brilliant. But there are a few things that listening to this which are really niggling me. If this is needed so much, I ask the question of why has a neighbourhood plan not been brought forward so that they can comply and work with the district council going forward for areas that they need to be developed for the community going forward and the younger generation. Unfortunately, we have put policies together to guide our planning for the future in development in areas. This area is in the AONB, right? It might be that some sustainable development is needed. I am not knocking that for 1 minute. I have small children that I would very much like to provide for in the future by way of a farm or whichever way we're going to do that. And I see it happening. But we cannot just keep changing policies that have been decided on when we are in planning committee meetings. If we look at this from a policy point of view, the design, the character, the location, the sustainability, the policies and the AONB do not agree with the fact that this should be developed at this stage now. I would love for this to come forward. I would love to support the farming families with the younger generations with somewhere to live with their community, because believe me, it niggles me so much that we bring our children up in communities and we outprice them from that area and they have to move away to, for some instances, to cardboard houses, which is not right. So I would love to support this application. I really would, and see the families together in these rural locations. But as I stand with this district council for the policies that we have put together, we have to stand by those policies, or what is the point? If those policies are not correct, then I would suggest that we need to work together harder to make them correct for the various areas that we are all dealing with. So I am really sorry in this instance, as much as I would love to support this for this family, and I get the reasons they are doing it, the policy, design, character, location, sustainability, AONB, and our officers report, which is quite correct, does not support it. And therefore, I cannot support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chamberlain. Right, over to you, Mrs. Shaw, to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, at the moment there is one motion on the table, and that is to refuse for the reasons as listed in the officer's report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to refuse, you're against the motion to refuse, or whether you're abstaining from the vote?
Councillor Bloxham.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Brown.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Coleman has just given his apologies. He's had to leave. So Councillor Davey.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor De Sarum.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Gazzard.
Against.
Councillor Key. Councillor Key? Okay, I'll come back to him. Councillor
Against
Pratt.
the motion to refuse. Sorry, Wendy.
Thank you. Against. Councillor Pratt.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Skinner.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Whitley.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Woodward.
Against.
Councillor Ragg.
Support refusal.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 votes against the refusal and 1, 2, 3, 4 in support. So that vote to refuse has fallen.
Can I go with my recommendation now, Chairman?
Yes, Councillor Skinner.
Can I support that, please?
I'll second it.
Well, I haven't got there yet. Let me get there. I'm going to make a recommendation to overturn the application. So I'm going to have a recommendation to support the application.
I'll second it.
So will I.
So
Okay, so I'll go to the vote. So, Councillor Bloxham.
Sorry,
support,
Wendy, before we do that, could we please go to Chris Rose to discuss the reasons for going against officer recommendation and perhaps discuss the conditions that may be applicable for the approval.
Through you, Chair, I'll need those reasons from Councillor Skinner and Councillor Key, because the reasons so far in terms of family member and location, I don't stack up from my point of view. So not planning reasons. So I need something from Councillor Skinner and Councillor Key to justify why we've gone against policies, and I assume they'll be happy for you to delegate the conditions in association with the ward member.
I would be happy to do that, and one of the reasons I would use that we would have this application go forward. Am I right in saying that the application that came forward in 2016, which was a delegated authority one application, the reasons for approval for that particular application at that particular time sits with exactly the same policies that we have today. So whatever the policies were there and the reasons for that application being approved, and I'm sorry because I don't have them in front of me, and I wish I had read them, but I haven't got them here now. But there is sound reasons why that was approved, and it didn't come under the unsustainable location. It certainly came under other reasons for delegated approval. And I would ask you if you could, unless you have them to hand there yourself, I'm not sure if you do or not.
Well, the starting point's the local plan. And there's been too much reliance on one application from 2015. The starting point should be the local plan. As you're aware, there are lots of appeal decisions in similar locations where this is unsustainable. So if you want to say that you feel that this is a sustainable location, then you're entitled to, but you are opening up the door to having a vast range of applications in unsustainable locations being considered to be sustainable. So therefore I ask, what is it about this scheme in particular that makes it acceptable to go against policy?
Okay, well, in this particular case, then if that's the path we go down, we won't easily take a path. We'll go for perhaps a departure of policy. And if we go for a departure of policy, that reason for departure of policy doesn't open up the doors to everybody else, because there's a very sound reason why. And can we not go down the departure policy?
You can, but what are the material considerations that outweigh the policies?
Well, we would consider that in this particular application that we find that the location is sustainable in a departure policy process, and that we find that this could go forward in the way of being supporting the local families for one, local business for another. And I know you're saying that what you're saying is our policies are not supportive of saying local families, because that's what we've been saying all the way along. I think that it should be supportive of the local families, and if we're using it as a departure of policy, surely that is sustainable from that particular standpoint on a departure policy process.
Mr. Rose,
Councillor Skinner's given his reasons. Obviously, I don't agree with them, but he's given his reasons. That's fine, and as long as members are aware that that has implications for many other schemes across the district in similar locations, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh no, can I just justify this, please? Because I need to clarify this, because what it sounds like the way it's going down is the way that we've had this process. We've gone through it. We've not agreed with officers' recommendations. We've gone against that process at the moment. And now we're looking for reasons as to why we're going to run over our policies in this particular time. And members need to be aware, and I'm sure they are aware of where this is going. The departure policy process is actually only significant to one particular application on an application by application basis. Is that not correct?
That is correct, but the reasons you've given me, and the fine, I accept the design, the family tie, we can't secure, there's no policy, so that's a very, very weak argument. And in terms of sustainability, I'm happy if you want to apply it to this site. I am just giving you a warning that this will mean that we might be sat here in future committees, and where we're sat here now, someone relating to a 2015 application, somebody's going to be coming back to you and saying, at the committee in April 2021, you accepted this scheme as being sustainable. and it just puts us in a difficult position. But if that, that's your decision on this application, then I respect that. I'm just saying, all I'm doing is flagging up where it might go to, and people like Mr. Parley will no doubt come back for future applications and be quoting this application to you. So I'm not trying to encourage you to change your decision. All I'm saying is be aware of the implications from it.
And I think I take on board absolutely what you're saying. We do absolutely need to do that. I would like to think that I wish I'd had the evidence of the 2016 application, the one that was further down the road, that the officers of our authority with the same local plan, the same policies that we had in 2016 are still the same policies that we've got in this policy process at the moment.
The starting point isn't a 2016 application, it's the local plan. And I can point to many, many appeal decisions that would support refusal, as we've got on a different agenda item. I have your reasons in terms of sustainable location, acceptable design. I don't want to argue or take any more time. I'm just flagging up that don't be surprised if this decision gets thrown back at you on a scheme at a future date that you might well want to refuse. But simple as that.
Excuse me, I totally endorse what Chris has said. I believe you're embarking along a very dangerous route, very risky for future development, and it's going to make things extremely difficult for our officers in the future.
Then what I will do is I'll make a suggestion. I'll make a suggestion on that basis. I'm not prepared to open up our policies for us to get into a bad place in another way. What we have done is we've gone through a process here, and this particular process is not happy with the officer's recommendation. And because I don't have to hand the reasons why I actually think, in my own mind, I know why I don't want something to happen. What I would do on this particular application, Madam Chair, if I may through you, is perhaps if we defer this application until we have such time as we can sort out what that's going to be. Because what I don't want to do, I don't want us to approve this application on the basis that we haven't had consolidated reasons as to why we're approving it, and then it opens up the door for things further down the road. But it's quite clear from what the process that's taken place at the moment that members are not happy in a democratic voting process with this application the way it's set. We've run through the process and that's been voted upon, and that's where we're at. So what I'm doing is for clarity, for the policy, for our policy, and not for any other reason.
Right.
Can I come in? I
think
my hand up.
You must think very, very carefully about this.
Can I actually come in?
Hold on, Councillor Key. If this is deferred, it could be decided for non-determination, and in that case, I think it could well be refused. So either you withdraw your recommendation, Councillor Skinner. We've already taken the vote on that. Councillor Chamberlain, she is the planning officer. She'd like to come in here.
Can I not sort of come in, because I actually seconded the for approval.
All right, go ahead, Councillor King.
Right. On the second, the number 2 recommendation for refusal, it says, in the opinion of the local planning authority, the proposed version scheme would involve significant alterations to the existing buildings that would by virtue be out of keeping. Well, I dispute that, because I don't think it will be out of keeping. Everything is going to be kept the same. We're just putting in extra windows, and it's going to enhance that, which is what they say is the most important thing, to enhance the buildings for future, right? And it says detriment to the wider landscape. Now that's not true, because in actual fact they're all in that little community there, and there's not going to be any detrimental to any landscape there, because it's going to be exactly the same.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain, do you still want to speak?
There's so much I could say. I'm astonished listening to this, that we're arguing over the fact that we're not talking about one policy, we're talking about the AONB, really quite significant policies in here that we're deciding. I've said this before and I'll say it again, I completely appreciate why they want to do it, and it's a really hard situation to be in, but policies are there for a reason. We can't go against them like that, or like we have been advised. We will end ourselves in so many applications coming forward, like we are seeing with the queue applications at the moment. If it was one policy and we were like, well, you know, the detriment to the design layout, we're in the AONB, right? I can't actually believe that we've got to this situation where we are, and for some reason, there's this split where some want it and some don't. I would support it if they brought it forward with their neighbourhood plan in the same way that a lot of other villages have had to do. But as it stands at the moment, without that support of the neighbourhood plan and our policies changing, we are going to end ourselves in extreme dodgy waters, if you like, if this goes forward with it. Yeah. There are going to be so many people with barns in areas that, oh, actually, do you know what? My nan could live in there. Oh, my kids, well, they're at 12, but they'll be 16 in 4 years' time by the time I've finished it. They could go in there. I would love to support it, but I can't. There's so many reasons we can't. So unless I can hear a sensible reason for it, which I can't at the moment, what are we doing?
Could I, Chair?
Hold on. We've got Colin Brown, Councillor Brown, next.
Thank you, Chair. Under the delegated report of the 2016 report, which was under our present local plan, not past local plans, our present local plan, the conclusion and the reason the officers approved that was the proposal would restore and bring back into use a traditional barn which is no longer suited to modern farming practices. The alterations to the building would be sympathetic in character, and the works around it would tidy up neglected areas which result in an improvement to its setting. Whilst the building is not ideally located for access to local services by sustainable modes of transport, the distances by car are fairly short. Furthermore, the benefits arising from the restoration and reuse of a building are considered to outweigh the harm in this case. That's the reasons used last time, and we probably should be able to use the same reasons now.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, so two things. I think, well, firstly, Councillor Brown's proved my point because he's relying on a 2015 application to justify this one. And my concern is that people will use this one to justify others. Yeah. But saying that, if members want to make the case and argue and say that in this case, the benefit of enhancing the visual amenities of that building outweigh the location, the unsustainable location, then maybe that will start to move away from justifying using its location as a justification. But, you know, still don't be surprised if people come back and raise this one in the future. But I think what Councillor Brown read out there was going down the route of saying, well, in this case, we think there's a benefit to bringing these buildings back into use and the design of those buildings that outweighs that locational requirement.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a danger anyway in comparing other applications. I'm not familiar with the 2015 application, but I'm sure there were different considerations there. We are in the AONB. This is an unsustainable location. If they're going to take all these farm buildings out of use, how are they going to farm? This is supposed to enable a family to stay on the farm so it can support even more people. Where are they going to keep their livestock and their storage? So are we going to get an application now, a few months down the line, for further buildings to replace the ones that they've taken out of use. So I really don't think that we should be making comparisons with a decision that was taken 5 years ago on its own merits. There's a long list of East Devon local plan policies that this is against, not just one. It's not just to do with putting a few windows into a building. It's to do with sustainable transport, development in the countryside, landscape conservation and the AONB, infrastructure, design and local distinctiveness. So there's a whole list of policies there that are applicable and which it is against.
Thank you. Councillor Key.
Yes, thank you, Chair. With regard to what was just said there, that these buildings would be needed for the land, in an awful lot of circumstances now, and I've got them around me, I've got them in my ward, and it could possibly be this, the land has been sold off, and therefore this is why these actual buildings have now become available for development. Everybody's been going on about the AONB, Area of Outstanding Attribute, and that. I see nothing in there. I've read the report 2 or 3 times, but nothing in there, right, from that have been stated by the Blackdown Hills, right, which is what covers these. So I'm sorry, but I can't sort of take that with regard to saying that it's in the Area of Outstanding Attribute when there is no report from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, do you have any comment on that?
On the Blackdown, no. Well, the Blackdown
Yes.
Hills, they don't comment on the scale of
Yes.
application.
No.
They don't have the resources.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Shaw, can you sort that one out?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there wasn't a seconder for deferral, so therefore the motion I have that has been moved and seconded by Councillor Skinner and Councillor Key was to approve as for the reasons that it is within a sustainable location and the design is acceptable, although I'm sure Mr. Rose can reword that in a more planning frame, and that the conditions to be applied to the approval should be delegated to the chair and ward member. If Councillor Skinner and Councillor Key believe I've got that wrong, please could they alert me to that before we go to the vote?
David?
Yes, Phil. Happy with that.
Thank you very much. Therefore, members, please, when your name is called, if you're in support of the motion to approve, please indicate. Whether you're against the motion to approve, please indicate, and indicate whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the motion to approve.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Against the motion to approve.
Councillor Davey.
Against approval.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support motion to approve for the reasons given.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Support approval.
Councillor Pratt.
Support.
Councillor Skinner.
Support.
Councillor Whibley.
Against the motion to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Against.
Councillor Ragg.
Against.
Okay, quick calculation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 against. So the vote to approve is carried.
Thank you. Right, members, at this point, we'll take a short break, 20 minutes, come back at 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Right. Just say, could you give my apologies for this afternoon? Because it's my wife's birthday, so I'm here on sufferance anyway. But I wanted to stay for the Exmouth ones. That was quite an interesting one, actually. But I will not be here for the afternoon session.
Okay, thank you for letting me know.
So if you
Okay,
could give my apologies this afternoon, that would be great.
will do. Okay, thank you.
Thanks
Hi,
very much.
Wendy. Oh, have a good afternoon, Ollie.
Thanks,
Wendy,
Joe.
Yeah, I have an appointment at 3:30, so I'll have to leave at about 2:45 at the latest, if that's okay.
We'll be over by then, Ollie.
Will we?
Yeah.
Excellent.
If we're not, could you just message me just to let me know when you're leaving?
What, in the chat? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, brilliant. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
Wendy, Steve Gazzard. Wendy,
Yes.
Steve Gazzard. I haven't got my chat facility, but I've got to go at 3:30 as well. So, but if Eileen says it's going to be over, that's okay.
Okay, I've just made a note then, just in case. But
Yeah.
okay, thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right, are we ready to go again now? Oh.
Let me know, Chair, when you're ready for me to do a roll
Yes.
call.
Yeah, ready now.
Okay. Okay, so we've, as the same as this morning, we've received apologies from Councillor Bailey. So Councillor Bloxham.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain.
Present.
Thank you. We've received apologies from Councillor Coleman for this afternoon. Also, Councillor Davey has sent his apologies for this afternoon. Councillor De Sarum.
Good afternoon, present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzard.
Present. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Apologies from Councillor Howe this morning. Councillor Key.
Present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Pook sends his apologies. Councillor Pratt.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner. Councillor Whibley.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Ragg.
Present.
Thank you. So do we have Councillor Skinner in the meeting?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I just went out for my jog. Right, thank you.
Thank you. I can confirm we're quorate for this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. Right, agenda item 50. Hello?
Yeah.
Agenda item 15, application 2013-16, full application. The former Colbert Hall, Mill Street, Ottery St Mary, page 121. And welcome Alan Brecken to the meeting. Is that the same Alan Brecken who's part like some years ago?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Yes, it is the same Alan Brecken.
Nice to see you
Your
again,
audit fees
Alan.
should be between
Alan,
1158 and 153.
Alan used to be a former planning officer at East Devon District Council. But he's gone over the dark side.
No. It's much darker over here, I'm afraid.
Right, Mr. Rhodes, could you give your report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Just share my screen. There we go. So yeah, this is application at the former Colbert Hall, Mill Street in Ottery St Mary. So it's a conversion of the rear of the retail unit to form 3 townhouses, and it's here because there's a ward member objection to the proposal. The small plan here shows the location. We're in the heart of Ottery with Sainsbury's across the road. And if I just move on to the aerial, here we go. So this is the location. We've got a frontage onto the street here. We're relating to this building at the rear, and then at the rear of that, we've got a petrol station area, and then the Sainsbury's, just to get your location. So these are the elevations of the building at the moment. So through there's a whole, all the way back, you've got retail space, and at the rear, so we've got the frontage building, a connecting area, and then at the rear, you've got this hall building. And it's this hall building that's proposed to be subdivided. So we've got a ground floor plan, first floor plan to subdivide into 3 to get 3 2-bed units out of it. And these are the design changes with some roof lights proposed in the roof, but pretty much just refurbishing it and keeping the building as it is. This is the old image from street scene. When it was a cost cutter that went back all the way down. So the building part of this application site is at the rear there. And you can see the roof of it by the petrol station here. And there we go. So it's this building off to the left that you can see. And you can see its condition with the steps up. And it's this building here, not this bit in the foreground, and the shops at the front there. So the proposal is to to convert the rear area to 3 dwellings, but not the front that remain as a shop. We're in the built-up area boundary for Ottery St Mary, so residential development supported in principle. But in the neighbourhood plan for the area, there is policy NP 18, which seeks to retain employment and retail land, and that tallies with strategy 32 of the local plan, both requiring marketing to be carried out on sites of value such as this to demonstrate that they're surplus to requirements. And you'll see in the report in this case that there was marketing previously. So the site, as a cost cutter, closed in about 2017. And immediately after that, for a couple of years, there was marketing, but there was no retail interest in taking on this unit as a whole. There was a subsequent application from a vets to go into the building that we granted consent for, but that didn't happen either. And so since then, the whole site has remained vacant, which maybe to some extent is not too much of a surprise given its close location to Sainsbury's, but nonetheless disappointing. And hopefully you could have seen from the photos that the layout of the building is not very attractive for use, particularly from the frontage. You get this shop, but it doesn't have a long frontage to the site, so you've got this very deep shop. And from that point of view, there is some logic into subdividing the site. And it's pertinent to note that just this year there was applications to convert the front of this building into residential use, which were resisted and were won on appeal because it wanted to take the whole of the building. And there's obviously investment needed in the building to the rear, so we question as well whether it's likely to be brought back into retail use. So there's no recent marketing, but there's no changes. We're still not seeing any demand, and particularly given coronavirus, there's seems little prospect of all of the site becoming back into retail use. So in this case, it seemed that there is some logic in retaining the front of the building as a shop, but allowing the rear to go to residential use. But that's really on the basis of, an on balance judgment in terms of whether further marketing of this building at this current time would be worthwhile. There's been unsympathetic additions and changes to the buildings over the years, but it is still a good building in the conservation area, adding to its character and worthy of retention and investment. And the proposal seeks very modest changes to the building, and in fact will remove some of the latter small extensions and lean-tos and bits and pieces that haven't been sympathetic. In terms of amenity to residents, there's sound reduction proposed to the windows following comments from environmental health due to the close location of the site to a car wash, secondary glazing proposed, and mechanical ventilation for when those windows can't be opened. As originally submitted, one of the units was a very tiny 3-bed, but it's been amended to a more reasonable sized 2-bed unit now. Unit 1 is slightly below the size of the government's guide for unit sizes, but as you're aware, we don't have an East Devon district policy on that, and that size is a guide only. But in any case, you do have 2 bedrooms, bathroom upstairs, and then you've got this kitchen, dining, lounge area downstairs. So with adequate light and with no doubt a need for these type of small units in the heart of Ottery St Mary, the size is considered to be acceptable. There's no parking, but again, we're located close to a range of services and facilities. So against the application there's no recent marketing, but the previous marketing on the site showed no intent. It's been vacant since 2017. We want to retain the shop at the front. There's benefit to bring in small units into the area, and we question the viability of the rear. So on the basis of that, on balance, it's recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, over to you, Alan Brecon. You had 3 minutes. Can you hear me, Miss Brecon?
Yes, I can hear you, but I'm getting a repeat of the.
Oh, you're getting that echo?
Hello?
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 Mr. Brecon, Have you got the live stream running as well?
I've got live screen. Shall I turn that off?
Yeah, because that's where you're getting the feedback, because it's a delay. There's a 30-second delay.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello,
Yes, would you like to begin?
Hello?
Hello? We can hear you.
Can you hear me? I'm
Yes,
just getting a recording.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello?
Yes.
I'm not sure what's happening. I'm just listening to a recording.
Mr. Bracken, I think you might have muted the wrong one. So are you watching the live stream from a different computer and speaking on another one?
No, I'm on my computer. Yeah, I honestly don't know what's happening.
So you can hear me okay now?
I can hear you okay, but I'm hearing a recording of the meeting. I can't get rid of the live on YouTube, the live YouTube.
So at the bottom, on this screen where you've got the live YouTube, if you scroll at the bottom, there's a mute button.
I've got a mute button, which is, do I turn that off?
Well, give that a go, because let's just see if it mutes you speaking now or it mutes the live stream. Right, that's muted you now. So you need to unmute yourself, Mr. Bracken.
I'm unmuting myself now.
Right, so sorry, it's very difficult for me to sort of understand what's going on because I can't actually see, but I don't understand why you've got the live stream in your ear. It must be running somewhere for you to actually...
Shall I leave the meeting, close my YouTube and then come back in?
If it would assist, Chair, perhaps Mr. Bracken could make his representations, because we can hear him clearly.
Yeah.
And then he can come back in after he's made his representations, if he's happy to do it in that way.
Yeah. Yes. Can you make your representations?
Yes, I can. I'll just make it over the recording I'm hearing. I'm ever so sorry about this.
It's all right.
It's the first time it's happened for me on Zoom, but good afternoon anyway. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about the application. Obviously, Chris has done most of the work here. Got before you a comprehensive report covering most of the issues that recommend that permission be granted. I want Chris to thank the officers concerned. I obviously support the recommendation. Considerable time and effort's gone into arriving at this scheme. Unlike some of those I've heard this morning, this ticks all of the local and national planning policies relating to small-scale housing development within a town centre. And on this basis, I've only a few points that might need clarifying. The principle of housing such as this within a town centre is clearly acceptable. Strategy 24 of your local plan relating to Ottery St Mary actually opens with a statement: the viability of the town centre will be enhanced through additional housing development. Policy N12 of the neighbourhood plan deals with housing mix, states that smaller 1, 2, 3 bedroom homes suitable for occupation by families. I need to make the point here that this is 2-bedroom accommodation and not 3-bedroom as mentioned by the parish council. The pretext to the neighbourhood policy states a limited supply of smaller and cheaper homes makes it difficult for young people to get into the housing ladder. It could have the impact of focusing young adults and families to move elsewhere, which is detrimental to social balance and vibrancy. We've got a good quality 2-bedroom accommodation here in a highly sustainable location in an area provided it's an area provided with a former supermarket which was not used as front shop retail space. The whole wasn't used as retail space. Front sections retained for its former retail function. There's clearly no loss of retail space. We've had a planning appeal dismissed at the front, but the inspector observed there that it's separated, the Colbert Hall separated from the street frontage, unlikely that a retail use would be viable in Colbert Hall. He went on that because of the abnormally large size of the unit, its edge of centre location and current economic conditions, an alternative retail user may not be forthcoming in the foreseeable future. The positives of this particular scheme, very quickly, it's a vacant rundown storage area of a retail unit which will be revived. The whole Colbert Hall seen better days and be given a new lease of life. The scheme involves removal of a flat roof link with retail unit and chillers. I actually dealt with these chillers when I was at East Devon. I'm glad Chris said that they were unattractive. Re-roofing the building through the removal of asbestos, covering it with slate, refitting and renovating windows. As your report notes, the scheme increases the contribution that the building makes to this part of the conservation area, supported by your conservation officer and your urban designer. As your planning officers know, a shortfall in the size of Unit 1, and this is not a policy objection, doesn't warrant the rejection of an application. In every other respect, provides high quality small unit housing in a sustainable location. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for letting me speak, and I hope that this occasion your colleagues will be able to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Brecken. Now we have Councillor Richard Copus from Ottery St Mary Town Council to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Right, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for calling me back. I didn't think I'd be able to speak at this time of day, but I'm having my lunch break from work. So very, very briefly, our main concern at Town Council is the amount of...
I can hear it, thank you.
Is the amount of retail space that's left. The Town Council would like to see the maximum amount of retail space as possible. There is a serious lack of large retail space available in the town. We have lost businesses. One in particular was a candle shop who may have stayed in the town if they'd been able to move to larger premises. The increased area in this application is not a lot more. Unfortunately, the inspector didn't actually give any indication as to a preferred size of retail space. But the Town Council made it quite clear at the last planning meeting, or at the relevant planning meeting, that they would like to see as much as possible of the original retail space made available. And also another point is this property is in the centre of the conservation area. We're trying very hard to actually improve the look of the town, to get the actual shop frontages back to what one would expect in a conservation area. The cost cut of front, as you can see there, was diabolical. The plan currently before us is slightly better. We would like to see a slight improvement on that as well, if possible, again, to benefit the conservation area. If you look 2 doors down there, actually to the left, they've been doing some very good work on that shop. And basically the original shop frontage there is almost back there. That's the green one. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've got nothing else to say.
Thank you, Councillor Copus. And now we have the ward member, Councillor Peter Faithful. You're here, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. This is contrary to the neighbourhood plan. It is contrary to the local plan. This is part of retail space, employment space in the town centre. And I'm aware that many district councillors have been campaigning to keep employment space in town centres. And it's really important because this will have, the change that's being made here will have an impact on the footfall of the shops in that area. It is set in the main thoroughfare between Mill Street and Hine Street car park, Sainsbury's car park, which is a free town centre car park. I'm also concerned that, to my mind, this should almost be put in as retrospective planning application because of the large amount of work already being completed on the inside of the building. The structural damage to Cobalt Hall as well. The information that Chris Rose gave looking from the filling station yard, I think was misleading because he suggested that the near building was not part of the application when it is. The old toilet block from the supermarket actually protrudes out into the filling station car wash area. To me, the whole thing is totally unsuitable for residential development. There's also some of this you're looking on the left-hand side, that is used to be the toilet block, and that is being converted. It's got a new roof onto it. So the historic, I have photographs, and I've dropped some photographs into the Blackdown house. The roof in that photograph is an old timber roof structure. We're talking about maintaining the architecture of the building. Well, the entire roof has been stripped out and partition walls have been fitted. If you look on one of them, you can see the new membrane and batten roof put on. I don't know, that's the one. That is after the partition walls have already been fitted. Similar work has already happened to the front building, which has been turned down on appeal. Personally, I would like if this could be our first site visit after all this lockdown, because I really would like councillors to fully view and appreciate what is actually happening here. If you look on that photograph, just above the yellow wall, there's a little black strip you can just about see. That is from 106 money to promote people to use that alleyway to the shops. We're trying to encourage people to access the shops along that alleyway, and it's prime business. It's a prime thoroughfare, so it's going to have people walking along it. I think I've been objecting to this all the way along because I just feel it's so contrary to our whole local plan and neighbourhood plan. Anyway, I think I've got a phone call here. So that's me finished.
Thank you, Councillor Faithful. Right, then we have Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Ottery St Mary is it's only a couple of miles from my home. I've been going there for years. It's one of those places that has really got to its place. I wonder, Chris, if you could move the photos back to the main street again for me, please. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. And it's one of those places whereby it's just unfortunately it's just spiraling downhill, and it really needs a bit of investment and a bit of it's in a bit of a DNA crisis. I think it needs in some way, and I'm sure the town council are doing their utmost to try to lift things and to try to get investment. In fact, the previous councillor, the town councillor, so Mr. Copas, he spoke quite eloquently on how the work that they're trying to do. But for me, I think in the way that, as we had the previous application for Ottery St Mary, the only way we're going to get investment in is if there can be some form of economic generation from making something work to keep the front part of the shop and keep the high street going in some ways, and some residential coming within it. It is at the end of the day, it's in the centre of a town. You'd have to say to yourself, if we wanted to put people, the place you would put them is in the centre of the town, quite contrary to the previous application, what was being said there. So for me, I think I'm actually, it is a balanced one, because I think it's sad in some ways that Otley is going to lose part of what you might call, and I understand what Councillor Faithful was saying, it's economic square footage, if you mind to have it within the town centre. But at the same time, we're in very difficult times, and that's how things are going to go. I think, in actual fact, having somebody who's going to come along and invest into what they're going to do, hopefully, so long as they do it correctly, and I'm sure officers are on top of all of that, I'm actually going to go, Madam Chair, if I may, I'm going to go for supporting the officer's recommendation with the approval for conditions, because I think in this particular case, it just happens to be the right thing to do. And it is an on-balance one, but I think it's the right thing to do. And on balance, that's what I'm going to support. So I'm making the recommendation for approval with conditions.
Happy to support it.
Who is that, Councillor Desarum?
Yes, happy to support, Chair.
Would you like to speak now?
Yes, I was going to quickly say thank you very much, Chair. The recommendation before us today, as one of the speakers has already said, it ticks all the boxes, because what we're going to actually see is very modest changes, namely the removal of unsympathetic lean-tos. There is neighbourhood plan support. The only real problem identified by the Town Council is there's not enough retail space, but we can only go on what is before us in today's application. And it's significant to note that the front will remain as a shop with the rear as residential use. The main obstacle is, of course, the Sainsbury's, which has sprung up in the midst of this town. So really, making use of what they've done, this is a very sympathetic application. And for those reasons, I'm happy to support the officer recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councillor Jeff Pratt.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am the ward member for the Otley. This matter, I'm going to go against what the town council they recommended refusal. Colbert Hall formed the rear part of the Cost Cutters building, with the main retail unit located at 26 Mill Street. There was a single-storey building linking number 26 to the hall. Now, we already been said by Chris that in November 2017, Cost Cutters closed due to the loss of trade from nearby Sainsbury's supermarket. And it was only in February 2020, when the building was sold by auction, that the present developer was able to move forward with this. Up till then, the building had been an eyesore. The photograph, you could see of it now, that was when it was actually in operation, but it really has got into a state, and it needs to be dealt with. I think all the other points relating to policies have been dealt with by Chris in his report, but I do fully support this application. The removal of the single-storey link building is welcomed. This will separate the hall from the rear of 26 Mill Street and will form a courtyard, providing access to one of the units, and also provide an area for bin storage. Chair, I would like to question Alan Brecknock, if I may. Would that be possible?
Yes. Go ahead. Is Mr. Brecken still there?
He is in the meeting, yes.
Thank
He's
you.
on mute at the moment.
Okay. Could he unmute, Wendy? Or will he do that when he answers?
He's unmuted.
Thank you. Okay, off you go then, Councillor Pratt.
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Brecken?
He is unmuted, so I'm not quite sure why he's.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
Yes.
Yes, I'm
Mr.
still
Brecken-
here. I'm still getting the recording coming back, and I can't find out how to fix it.
There's just one question, I think. Is it, Councillor Pratt?
Yes, basically it was about the courtyard. The courtyard is it's going to provide a bin area for storage, but would it also be able to provide a cycle rack? I was just going to ask that question. I couldn't see that on the plans, but that would be useful.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you still on mute? Mr. Breckham?
He's just put himself. Mr. Breckham, you just need to take yourself off mute.
Chair, shall I carry on with what I'm saying and then go back to him perhaps on that one point?
I think you've asked about the cycle rack.
Yes. Perhaps
Through
could
you,
come
Chair,
back.
shall I just come in and say from the plan that's on the screen here that they've got the
Yes.
courtyard area here
That's
and the bins
helpful.
proposed, and yes, there's space there for secure cycle parking.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Can I now continue with my statement, Chair, please?
Yes, Councillor Brown. Grant.
The other good point about the courtyard is that it will
I'm
provide
not
more
on mute.
natural light into Tar Lane, which is used as a thoroughfare between High Street and Mill Street for shoppers. There have been a number of similar applications in the past for converting non-residential buildings into residential. The most recent one in December 2019, the former Salvation Army building in nearby Hines Street. That permission was granted to convert the building into two flats. And there have been similar residential units granted permission for conversion in regard to numbers 8 and number 12 Mill Street. So having residential units in the town centre by means of a conversion of a non-residential building has been going on for some time. So I welcome this application, and the other point I would like to make, when the when the inspector dealt with the original applications, he did mention some reduction in the scale of the retail floor space would be likely to make it more attractive to a wider range of users, including the type of local traders that predominate in the town centre. So I don't believe for 1 minute that traders are looking for larger premises in the town. There was this one case only where a candle shop, the young men running that, they decided to move to Gandhi Street in Exeter. It was a larger premises they were moving to, but they wanted to also increase their footfall. So I don't think that's a problem. Certainly, this building, the front part at number 26, the whole of the ground floor will be retail use, and that complies quite well with and favourably with the size of the majority of retail units in the town. So I'm also prepared and want to support this application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pratt. Right, there are no other speakers, so over to you, Mrs. Shaw, to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, there are two elements to this recommendation. The first is to adopt the appropriate assessment as attached to the report and to approve subject to the conditions as listed in the report. Please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you're in support of the motion to approve, you're against the motion to approve, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Brown.
Support motion to approve.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support motion to approve.
Councillor De Sarum,
Support motion to approve.
Councillor Gazzard,
Support.
Councillor Key,
Support.
Councillor Pratt,
Support.
Councillor Skinner,
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Whibley,
Support the motion.
Councillor Woodward,
Support approval.
Councillor Ragg.
Support approval.
Thank you. That was unanimously in support, so that is carried.
Thank you. And thank you to Mr. Bracken for coming.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm back on now. I lost all that, but thank you very much for the decision.
Thank you for
I'm
coming.
going to get it. I'm going to get it in the neck from the client, though. if they're watching, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see you again. Thanks very much.
And you, Alan.
Thank you. Bye.
Right, agenda item 16, application 202825, change of use, Hawkwell Park, Hawkchurch, on page 140. And see, Amy Cater, is she in the meeting?
No, she's on her way.
Okay. Well, we'll go to Mr. Rose then to present the report, please.
Chair, so yeah, this is a retrospective application for retention of the use of the land as a residential caravan site without complying with the restrictions on the occupation, which currently restrict it to gypsy and traveller use only. It's before members because of the ward member support. So we've got a site at Hawkchurch next to Solar Farm, so it relates to this part of the site, southeast of Hawkchurch, about 4 miles from Axminster. So here's the aerial. So we relate to this lower part of the site here. Got access off the road in, and then we've got these number of pitches on the site. And there's a couple of old old photos of the site layout and the access. So in terms of background, planning permission for the site, there's planning permission of the site for 12 gypsy and traveller pitches. So that's 6 pairs of 2 mobile homes. Part of the site, not part of this application, was also for transit pitches for gypsies and travellers. And the 5th of Feb last year, East Devon served an enforcement notice on the site against the breach of the original condition on the site, the 2007 consent, because the units were not being occupied by gypsy and travellers. That enforcement notice has been appealed, and there's a current inquiry in progress into that will start very shortly. The applicants advised that they would withdraw that appeal if consent is granted today. And if consent were granted today, that would allow the pitches to be occupied for general residential use. So with no restrictions, and they'd no longer be for gypsy and traveller use. In terms of the policy position, as part of the local plan preparation and following that, in 2015, there was a gypsy and traveller needs survey done. So just as there's a requirement for us to provide general housing needs, there is a legislative requirement for us to provide gypsy and traveller pitches. That needs survey identified the need for 28 additional pitches. So on top of the ones we've already have, including this site, 28 additional pitches. And it said that 16 of those were required in the first 5 years of the plan. So that's now. And that was agreed by the inspector into the local plan. And there's been extensive work done by the council to identify sites for these additional pitches. And there's been a budget getting on for £1 million available to do that. But to date, there's been no success in finding any sites. No suitable sites have come on the market, or when sites have come on the market and people have been made aware of what the proposed use was going to be, the sales have not proceeded. Now, out of those 28 pitches that are needed across the plan period, 15 of those are to be provided at Cranbrook. So that leaves a shortfall of approximately 13 pitches now that we still need to provide. And as I say, it's a requirement in the NPPF and of the government that we provide those pitches just as much as we should provide general need housing. And the previous enforcement action is taken on this site due to the need for those gypsies and travellers pitches. So there's a shortfall, even taken into account this use being in gypsy and traveller use. So in terms of the principle of development, the applicants put forward a number of cases that the local plan fails to provide for housing for caravans in the elderly. It doesn't cater for retired population. That the site pitches don't comply with our new SPD on gypsy and traveller sizes, and that there's no different in transport terms between gypsies and travellers occupying the site or it being an open market use. And I'll run through some of those issues. In terms of the policy position and strategy 7, there's no local plan support for unrestricted residential use in this location, and there's no local neighbourhood plan policy or MAID plan that would support that here. The site isn't near a range of services and facilities. It is in an unsustainable location for restricted residential development. Alongside that, there is policy H7 of the local plan though, and that provides for new development for gypsies and travellers, and that follows on from that requirement for the additional pitches that are needed. And the removal of this site from those pitches will only add to this need, and therefore this proposal wouldn't comply with that policy in terms of the need to provide more pitches. So there's no policy support for this proposal in terms of the removal of the restriction to gypsy and traveller use. With regard to the SPD, that's been brought in to guide new development when we find sites and schemes come forward, but it's not applied retrospectively. So it's not a strong argument in favour of the proposal from the applicant that these pitches don't comply with those new sizes, particularly as they're arguing that they'd be fine for general occupation. And there's no mechanism put forward by the applicant to secure occupation by elderly. The application is for general open market use. And it is the case that the local plan caters for a whole wide range of people, including elderly, accommodation and tourism, caravan use. So the proposal isn't supported by any local plan policies. And that's related then to the district need. So as I've said already, the need hasn't been met. There's only 15 pitches to be proposed at Cranbrook, or sorry, 15 of those that are needed will be provided at Cranbrook. So there's a need for at least another 13 or so pitches. And as I've said, there's a statutory duty for us to be able to meet and provide those pitches. And we need to be doing that given the timescales set. And as I've said, there's been this up to £1 million budget, and there's been no other sites or opportunities found, which shows how difficult it is to find alternative sites. The applicants advise that there's no need here, but this site was granted in the first place as being a site to the east of the district that would meet those gypsy and traveller needs, and there's been no evidence put forward that there's no need for a site here. In fact, the evidence we have is that we need these additional pitches across the district, and obviously we've got this site here, and then we're putting more as part of the Cranbrook development to meet some of that need to the west of the district. And it's very relevant to note that if we allow the loss of this site from gypsy and traveller use, we are going as a council to have to find another site to replace these pitches. And that's going to require more officer time, more money, and that's going to be more public expense, with the benefit here mainly for the applicant of being able to remove that tie. And even if there wasn't a gypsy and traveller need, the site is still in an unsustainable location. It isn't near a range of services and facilities. You will be reliant on the car, so it's not suitable for open market housing, and that be supported by a number of appeal decisions. Just in terms of other issues, drainage is raised as a concern, but there should be no drainage change, whether it's occupied by gypsies and travellers or other people. There's queries raised by the parish council about any SIL implications or obligations that would come off the back of this, that there wouldn't be any. The site's already in residential use, so there would be no SIL liable, and there are no obligations due if the ties would be removed. So because of that, the application's recommended refusal on the basis there's no policy support. In fact, there's a need and a shortage of gypsy and traveller sites, so we shouldn't allow this site, one of the few sites that we have got, to be taken out of that use. And in addition, it's not a sustainable location for open market dwelling. So in light of that, the proposal isn't considered to be justified, contrary to the local plan, and it's recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Now, Amy Cater is in the meeting, I believe. Is she?
I'm here, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Welcome to the meeting. 3 minutes to present your case.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hawkwell Park is made up of 2 areas, the static caravan side and the transit side. This application relates only to the static caravan side, on which there are 12 homes. The transit site remains in use as a Gypsy Traveller transit site with 5 pitches for up to 10 touring caravans. This application is to regularise a situation that has been in existence for many years. The application site has been occupied primarily by people who are not gypsies or travellers since it was first given planning permission in 2007. This is despite it having been advertised in the past in the Traveller Times and other traveller press. It is a matter of record that a good many of the former residents from the settled community were housed there by East Devon's housing team over the years. The site has provided housing for many vulnerable residents who have struggled to live in private rented sector housing, and many of whom have been made homeless before moving to Hawkwell Park. The site is extremely well managed by wardens, and the parish council, who have in the past raised concerns about the site, have supported this application. The wardens assist the residents with administrative tasks, take them to appointments, and they provide a level of care that the residents have needed but failed to obtain elsewhere. Many of the residents need to live away from town centres and in quiet rural areas, and housing that meets their needs does not appear to be available. The site, whilst well maintained, needs to be upgraded, such as providing a new internal road, hard standings, and some of the homes will need to be replaced in the medium term. The intention, if permission is granted, is to carry out these works and also invest in green infrastructure, such as solar panels, as well as providing bike stores for each home. Overall, these works require a sizable capital investment, and the applicant has not been able to obtain finance from commercial lenders because of the occupancy restrictions on the planning permission. Lenders are cautious where there are risks that banking covenants may be breached if there is possible non-compliance with conditions. The applicant understands that the council wants to preserve Gypsy and Traveller pitches. However, the council will not be losing all of the Gypsy and Traveller pitches at Hawkwell. The transit site will remain available for Gypsies and Travellers, and the application site itself would also be available for Gypsies and Travellers. Granting permission would enable the applicant to allow both Gypsies and Travellers and the settled community to live there without risk of enforcement action. It is not the case that the two cannot live side by side, as demonstrated over the last 12 years, where there's always been a mix.
30 seconds remaining.
The report mentions there's no legal mechanism that's been put forward to secure the site continues to meet a social need. But there hasn't been any engagement from the council, presumably because of the ongoing appeal. The applicant is willing to enter into a Section 106 agreement to ensure that at least 25% of the homes are to be provided as low-cost housing in perpetuity. There is a demonstrable need for this form of housing for the settled community who struggle to stay in housing in built-up areas. This site is providing help to vulnerable people and has been utilised by the housing arm of the council itself. This is a material consideration which needs to be weighed in the balance against the development plan policy. I hope you will do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cater. Right, there we have Councillor Paul Hayward. Are you here, Councillor Hayward?
I am, Chair. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
Can you
you.
hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very, very complex case, but I've been heartened by listening since the meeting started, waiting from agenda item 16, by those speakers on the committee who have argued passionately that sometimes a deviation from policy is necessary. And the previous speaker has touched on the key issue here. What has been enforced upon and what is in front of you now actually is being subject to enforcement action because of the very actions of East Devon District Council. East Devon District Council, for the best will in the world and to try and protect vulnerable people, have sent non-Gypsy and non-traveller residents to this site. in contravention of their own planning rules. So we have actually caused, as an authority, the same authority to take enforcement action. So I'm afraid that on that basis alone, you know, we are culpable. We have caused, as an authority, a breach. Now, the situation is here, the previous speaker has explained it far more lucidly than I can. But there's one point I'd like to raise. So I'm just looking at the report, and there's an issue here about it's the appropriateness of the location was carefully considered when Hawkwell Park was first granted permission to meet a demand from travellers using the A35 and A358. Well, for those members who follow social media, and officers here will be aware, at the weekend, Axminster was visited by some travellers who decided to occupy East Devon District Council land and purportedly cause some damage, which Street Scene and Asset Team are putting right. When I spoke to the individuals on Thursday night, I asked them if they were aware of Hawkwell Park. Never heard of it. Hadn't been signposted to it. We're not aware of it at all. That was confirmed in a phone call to the wardens of site. They had not been approached. So really, what's the point of a traveller site when no travellers know it's there? Now, I know that's probably an issue of communication and guidance and signposting, but effectively, what's being proposed here is a solution which the applicant has said they are willing to enter into Section 1 agreements to condition to coexist. We ourselves as an authority have sent vulnerable people here. It's a convenient site. It is in the open countryside, but it's not in the AONB. And I believe the two purposes can coexist together so that it's available with better signposting and better communication for Gypsy and traveller residents, but it's also there as a backup, as has been used by East Devon in the past, to house vulnerable people where their housing needs are complex or so urgent that actually finding them emergency accommodation isn't possible. The wardens here have been very amenable. They keep a very tight ship. I've visited this site on at least 3 occasions, and you'll see from the parish council's views, they are materially different to those in the past. You know, the picture in front of you there, you know, those aren't additional caravans, those are solar panels. So there is already an issue in Hawkchurch, as members are aware, with aesthetics. You know, arguably, if you're putting Gypsy and travellers there, they're reliant on cars. So I'm afraid I don't really accept the argument that only, you know, car use is the only way to access this site. Well, that's what Gypsy and traveller residents and users would abide by. So we can't have one rule for one and one rule for another. The issue of East Devon not having fulfilled its Gypsy and traveller allocation elsewhere, I'm afraid, is slightly irrelevant. That's a failure of you know, land availability, and this shouldn't muddy the water with what you're considering here. This is very complex and it is a policy departure, but I believe it's one that will actually benefit both the occupants here. They can make necessary changes, they can seek investment, because no capital concern is going to invest money in this site. And what I don't wish to see is this site fall into dereliction, and wardens do a very good job, thank you, but without funding, the site will soon fall into disrepair. East Devon, if it wishes to invest in this, please put some of that £1 million to good use. You know, I would heartily suggest that's the case. If it's sitting in a bank account, let's use it. But for this occasion, I support the proposal and regret that it came to enforcement, because that was a cause in some part of East Devon District Council itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could I ask Mr. Rose if he'd like to comment on what's just been said, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll just come back on a couple of points. So the agent mentioned that a number of the units were already lawful, as in could be occupied by other than Gypsy and travellers. That's not the case. There was a certificate application submitted in 2019 to try and justify that that they no longer needed to be occupied by Gypsy and travellers. That certificate was refused. And you know, hence we've got this application, or they've got this appeal against the appeal, and then we've got this application. They're saying that the units will remain available, but the application is to remove the restriction on these units to the southern part of the site. And once that restriction's gone and they're occupied by other units, they aren't going to be brought back into gypsy and traveller use. There was an offer there for 25% of the units to be low cost, but that's not seemed to be backed up by any need or evidence for the need for low cost units in this location and at that level. Councillor Hayward mentioned that East Devon had been housing people there. That's the case. The housing department on occasion weren't aware of the restrictions from the planning permission, and I think alongside that they did ask the applicants if they were gypsy and travellers, but that occasional breach doesn't mean that we should be losing all of these pitches from the site, and that situation has been rectified since with the housing department. I appreciate that gypsy and travellers turned up at the land in Axminster, but if the applicant and owner of the land isn't signposting it and they're not advertising it, and it's not surprised that people didn't go there. And I'm not surprised if they aren't advertising it, because they've got this application in appealing because they want alternative uses for the site. And it is relevant that the council haven't been able to find land elsewhere. Despite that massive budget to find sites, they haven't been able to find sites across the district. We have that shortfall. So it is a material consideration here that if we lose these pitches, the council then has to find more pitches, which will cost more money. And the difficulty that it is in finding that is material to this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. So this has been an ongoing problem, I know, for many years now. And we do have to provide these sites. And as Mr. Rose says, once they're lost, they won't be replaced. Councillor Key.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, I remember this site very, very well, because I remember being on the committee when it was allocated. And then I remember going there again on site visit when we had the drainage problems there. There was some accusation that the drainage was going through a hedge into adjoining field. We have struggled to actually keep these sites available. Now, because they infiltrated into Axminster and didn't know about this site, that really is not our problem, because, I mean, these sites are allocated or known about around with these type of people, and therefore there is no excuse that this is it. And therefore, I'm going to actually support the recommendation of refusal as printed by our officers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I shall second that, Madam Chair.
Yeah, who was that? Sorry.
Councillor Skinner.
Councillor Skinner, would you like to speak on it?
Yeah, I would, and I thank actually Councillor Hayward for his comments put over, because actually I have quite a bit of sympathy for what he had to say. And again, in an application last time came in, I had a lot of sympathy for what he had to say. And in that one, I very much supported him. In this one, I'm not quite able to, and there's reasons for that. As has been said before, and you'll know, Chair, through your years of being on the council, finding, and as Mr. Rose has said, finding gypsy sites gypsy and traveller sites is a really, really difficult proposition to find. And I think if we go for this application of opening it up to not to others than just gypsies and travellers, it opens up a sort of a different can of worms, really. And it moves into a different arena. So I think in what I've read, what I've heard, what's been said by the ward member, which I do appreciate, but also what's been said by Mr. Rose, we've put a lot of work into this application, and it is unfortunate that our housing team, it looks like we've sent people there. I wouldn't say we would have done it. Our housing team would not have done that knowingly. You've got to say everybody's got an opportunity to make mistakes. And no doubt that would be rectified. But I'm a believer in, I'm going to support this application, second it, and with the things that Councillor Key have said, and we'll see what other members have to say. But I shall be supporting the recommendation of refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bloxham.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to have to support this application as well. As you've heard from the report from Mr. Rose that Cranbrook is going to get 15 pitches over 2 sites. Cranbrook has also had an influx of visitors from the Gypsy and Traveller community at its railway station, and they stayed for a number of, I think about 8 to 12 weeks, which caused a lot of disruption to the residents at the time. And we were told at the time, had we had appropriate sites for these people to move on to, we wouldn't have had the disruption that we had. So I'd be very concerned to lose 12 pitches out of the number that are still outstanding that are going to be required across the district. So for that reason, I'm going to have to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There are no other speakers, so over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, there's one element to this recommendation, and that is to refuse for the reason as set out in the report. Members, please, when your name is called, would you indicate whether you support the motion to refuse, you're against the motion to refuse, or whether you're abstaining from the vote? Councillor Bloxham.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Brown.
Yes, support the motion.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor De Sarum.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Support refusal.
Councillor Pratt.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Skinner.
Support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Whibley has given his apologies, so I'll move on to Councillor Woodward.
Support refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Ragg.
Support refusal.
Thank you. That's unanimous. The vote to refuse is carried.
Right. Thank you. Agenda item 11, application 210372, full barn at Otter New Farm, Luppet, and that's on page 57. Now, Matthew Dalton Aram, is he in the meeting? I can't see him so far. Oh, welcome to the meeting, Mr. Dalton Aram. Right, over to Chris to present your report, please.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, barn at Otterview, as you can see, Luppet near Honiton, and it's conversion of an agricultural building to a dwelling, and it's here because it's got ward member support. So you can see the location of the barn here, close to other farm and countryside buildings, and this is the layout for the site, and these are the elevations of the building once converted. And this is the building. So you can see that agricultural building at the back of the road, stoned part, single-storey lean-to to the other part, used for agricultural use. And you could see at the time of the site visit, or sweet little sheep, that it was in use at that time. So we're Blackdown Hills AONB, so there's no fallback position in terms of conversion to residential use. And as with the other application on the agenda, we're in terms of the principle, we're in the countryside, the strategy 7. There's no made neighbourhood plan for the area yet. There is one in production, but it hasn't gone out to consultation or formal submission and referendum. So we're mainly relying on policy D8 of the local plan and the MPPF. So running through those criteria, is it as a sympathetic design? Yes, it is. Is it structurally sound, the building? Yes, believe it is. Are the materials appropriate? Yes. Would there be harm from traffic or parking from the scheme? No. One of the criteria is whether it was undermine an agricultural enterprise. The applicant has put forward a case that the building's no longer required and no longer in use, but we as officers question that, given the photos in front of you and the fact that when we visited the site, the buildings very much seem to be in use and needed. So we question that. But then coming on to the location, as members know, we shouldn't be allowing dwellings where they're reliant on the use of the car. This is in the open countryside. It's 2 kilometres from Honiton. It's not safe walk or cycling distance, narrow roads, no pavements, no reliable public transport of any significance at all. And you'll see in this case, the applicant has mentioned a number of appeals where proposals in the countryside have been granted, but you'll see in the report that they differ to this scheme in terms of the reasons for approving them. And then also in the report, we've put a number of appeal decisions that back up the fact that we shouldn't be supporting isolated homes in the countryside where they're reliant on the use of the car. So for those reasons, the proposal is considered to be contrary to Strategy 7 and contrary to Policy D8, and in terms of an unsustainable location. So it's recommended refusal on the basis of its unsustainable location, unsupported by any local plan policy, and because we haven't been convinced that the building is no longer required for agricultural use, given the use it was in when we did the site visit. So for those reasons, it's recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Mr. Deltamarum, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The proposal seeks the conversion of a traditional and attractive stone-built barn with a more recent addition to its rear. The application is submitted on behalf of Joe and Matthew Davis, who are both originally from the Luppit parish. Joe's parents own and operate Otter Valley Farm in the hamlet of Shaw, which the barn forms part of. The proposal would enable the applicants to return and live on the family farm where generations of Joe's family have worked. The officer's report acknowledges the building is capable of conversion and would in design terms be sympathetic. It also highlights it would not have a harmful visual impact on the surrounding landscape, subject to a landscaping condition. In addition, it recognises there would be some social and economic benefits arising from the development. However, it also contends that it has not been demonstrated the building is no longer required for agricultural or diversification purposes, and the identified benefits of the development would be outweighed by the creation of a new dwelling. We would disagree with this interpretation for the following reasons. Firstly, as highlighted in the planning statement, the barn has been used as part of a farm, but is now surplus to requirements. It is not large enough for modern farming practices and is split level, meaning the space cannot be used to accommodate the volume of livestock the farm supports. While there were sheep in the barn at the time of the officer's visit, this was simply due to a temporary decision to house them during the recent spell of very wet weather. Moreover, the barn is set apart from the main farm, which is not ideal for animal husbandry. There are also a range of modern purpose-built barns at the main farm complex, which are better suited and more fit for purpose. Consequently, the proposal would not undermine the viability of the existing farm. Secondly, in terms of the creation of a new dwelling, the application site is either in an isolated location in the countryside, where paragraph 79 of the NPPF would apply, or would be located where it would enhance or maintain the vitality of rural communities, where paragraph 78 would apply. We contend it is the latter of these two, and the proposed conversion of the barn would provide a house in a settlement where it would enhance and maintain the vitality of the rural communities within the parish. The approach for new development advocated with the emerging Luppit neighbourhood plan seeks to allow the conversion of redundant farm buildings to dwellings within Luppit village and the hamlets of Beacon, Wick and Shaw, and makes specific reference to this approach being supported by the NPPF's aims to prevent isolated homes in the countryside. In summary, the proposal will enable Matt and Joe and their young son to return to the farm where they would be closer to support their family and return to the parish in which they grew up in. We would respectfully request that members approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Brown, you have no time limit.
Yeah, I think Councillor Key would like to go first on this.
No, you go first, please, Councillor Brown. You're the ward member.
Yeah, okay then. This is no different really from our application earlier in the day, which we approved. This is not 4 kilometres out of town. This is less than 2 kilometres out of town. In fact, it's within walking distance of the town. When I was at Monkton, I could walk past this particular property on my way into town. So it's definitely within walking distance of the town. The applications that have been put in with the East Devon have lost for barn conversions. The one up at the golf centre, which is sort of 2.5 miles further away from this, going out of town, was approved by the inspector, who acknowledged that he arrived at the decision because, but was there, let me find what he said. The proposal residential conversion was sustainably add to the need to travel by car, and I can't see how this adds to the need to travel by car, because you know you're probably 15 minutes away walking distance from the town centre, and it is for a local family who want to go back and help with working on the farm. You know, it is a sustainable location in my opinion. You know, if we've decided that Ulliscombe is a sustainable location, this is definitely a sustainable location. And therefore, you know, I would like to see it approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, members, you've heard what Mr. Rose has said, that there still does seem to be a need for the barn there from the sheep that were there when the officers visited. Actually, this is almost a carbon copy of one that we had earlier, where it was recommended for refusal, and office members went against policy and approved it. And we're going to get more of these. The more of these are approved. Thank you. Councillor Key.
Yes, I take umbrage, Chairman. In actual fact, I am a ward member.
Oh, well, you're not on my list. I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, but I am a ward member.
You were off my screen. I'm so sorry. Carry on, Councillor Key.
Take umbrage at that.
Well, don't take umbrage. It was an oversight. It wasn't deliberate.
That's why Councillor Brown wanted me to speak first.
Well, I didn't know that. You weren't on my screen. I only have a mobile phone, and it's a very small screen, so you were below the vision line. Anyway, you're there now.
Councillor Key's been a ward member there a lot longer than me.
Oh. Yeah, all right. I don't want to argue about time, sir. Thank you very much. Carry on, please. Councillor Key.
Right. This, to me, is a very balanced application, because as you see with the executive summary, which was different to the last one that we had at Ulliscombe, is that the building is considered to be capable of conversion subject to some strengthening works and localised sections of rebuilding. And in terms of design, is considered to be relatively sympathetic. Could I ask Mr. Rose if he would put back the picture of the barn as it exists there? Now, when you actually look at that barn, I mean, really, it is unsightly as it is, because the roof is having to keep being repaired with galvanized iron, and it stands there as a good building which could be easily converted. There is ample space there to pull off the road as well. There's no problem with access, because the access is already there. The building at the moment is being used as an emergency building because it has been so wet for the lambing of the sheep. But normally, this building hadn't been used for about 18 months to 2 years prior to this wet winter. With regard to the applicant's daughter, who is applying here, does work on the farm. And this is why I would like to ask Mr. Rose, could this actually be tied to the farm, Mr. Rose?
It's not been applied as an agricultural as an agricultural building. So I don't think we've got the justification to do that. No.
No, but could we actually tie it to the farm so that it couldn't be sold off?
That's what I'm seeing. We would need the evidence from them as to why they need a second dwelling, and we don't have that. So without having that evidence, we couldn't justify a condition.
No. But I mean, if this was refused, they could actually apply for a second dwelling on there, which could mean a new build completely, which would be rather sort of unnecessary. I think that this is an ideal situation that could be converted into a residence for this young couple whose parents own the building as well as own the adjoining land and farm. As you can see, there was one picture there. Could you go to another picture? And actually, no. On the side there, it showed there. You can see on the end of that building, there is the house of the actual farmhouse of the parents who own this farm here. And therefore, I mean, I can't see any problem at all in that being converted. And I would be happy to second the recommendation of approval as put forward by Councillor Brown.
Right, thank you. Councillor De Sarum.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, another tricky one to consider, but I note what has been said on behalf of the applicant, that this barn is now surplus to requirements due to the way they conduct their business. It's set apart from the main farm, and they believe they have policy support, namely in para 78 as they've got. The ward member has clearly indicated that it's a less than 2 kilometre walk. And our own report suggests that it is not considered that the proposal would have any significant impact on the wider landscape, as there is no extension to the build form is proposed. So basically, whilst the report does indicate that there is an issue in some respects with regard to policy, overall, what we have here is, again, another redundant barn that clearly wishes to, the owners wish to bring it back to life. And I think that for that reason, I know that policy suggests perhaps otherwise, but I think, again, for my personal self, to show consistency, again, I must go with go against the recommendation and support those who wish to have it restored and brought back into use. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. Now, when Councillor Key and Councillor Brown put forward the recommendation to approve, but he was speaking as ward member. We weren't actually in committee. And then Councillor Key seconded that as another ward member. We hadn't actually got into the debate. So I would need another recommendation, please. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. Just commenting on a few comments. It seems then that the barn is only not required when it's dry weather, which seems rather odd given the climate that we are living in. If it's going to be wet, it might well be wet in 6 months' time, in which case the barn would be needed. So I don't follow the argument that it's not required due to wet weather only. Also, we are in the AONB. We had the same situation as has been mentioned before. And having heard the further debate this morning, I changed my mind. The votes went from 8-4 to 7-5. So and also the issue about the identity of the parents and the children, I don't think that's a matter that we should be considering. So I would stick with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Are you making that a proposal?
Yes, I'd put that forward as a proposal.
Right, thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you,
I'll second that, Chair.
Chamberlain, would you like to speak on that now?
Yes, I would, Chair. Thank you very much. For the second time today, we've had an application like this. Again, policy, AONB. I don't need to go through it all again today. I'd love to support these things if they're within policy. It's not within policy. Clearly, from the pictures, it is being used. I grant that maybe once in 18 months, but ironically, the sheep are in there the day that it's looked at. So I will second this application because I cannot agree with supporting stuff with so many things against it. So I wholeheartedly support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. And top of the list is Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I will be supporting refusal because I haven't heard or seen any evidence that this facility is no longer required. And as been stated, the picture that I'm looking at the moment, there are sheep there, and we saw pictures of lambs. And I'm not a farmer. I'm a townie, Chair. So I don't know much about farming. But as Councillor Woodward said, it's with the weather that we have, it may well be required again. But is it possible that Mr. Rhodes could tell us when those photos were taken? Was it pre-lockdown? Thank you.
I don't have the exact date that they were taken, but they would have been taken, I believe it was certainly during the life of the application, so sometime this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Chairman. And it appears to me we've a little bit of a policy crisis here because these applications are coming forward and these applications are getting supported by the committee against the recommendations of our actual policies. And that's because I think people are feeling that it seems to be the right thing to do. In this particular application, when you look at the barn and the application put forward, I wonder if Mr. Rose could go back to the one, yeah, we could see the stone bit. Where's the one with the plan on which they're going to convert it to? Because that's what sort of where it's relevant. You know, the barn conversion of something close to the farm for the family coming here and all the rest of that. And I don't want to go through all that again. I'm sure you've all heard that. And I'm sure most of you are probably thinking he's going to repeat all what he's already said before on a couple of applications ago. But this is really, really important. And I feel very strongly about it. And other members of the committee obviously do as well. So I'm suggesting we need to have a look at this through you, Madam Chair. We need to get to strategic planning and through Mr. Rose, and we need to look at this pretty damn quick to make sure we get our policies that are lining up with what the aspirations of both planning law, planning policy, and the aspirations of how councillors want to feel. And even Councillor Chamberlain, I believe, has said on more than one occasion that if policy were to fit this, she'd very much want to support the principles behind what it is, but she doesn't feel she can because the policies don't allow. And I absolutely understand and respect that position from councillors from where they sit and from other councillors as well. It seems that we are sometimes becoming more at odds with recommendations from officers, and it's not a good place to be. And two things is happening. Either we're moving a bit wayward to one side. If we are moving wayward to one side away from policy, we need to address one or two things. Either we feel through the council process, through the strategic policy planning process, that we need to readdress that. And that's the point that I'm making. And I think there's a bit of urgency around that. Or people are feeling that we're doing the right thing. And I think many councillors in their opinions and coming forward are balancing between policy, our policies, and breaking from those policies, and then trying to say we're doing the right thing. So I think there's something here that we need to address. From my position, I am a country boy. I absolutely understand when we talk about some sheep in the shed. Of course, it was very wet. I can see there are lambs there as well. You want to put them indoors. For those of you who aren't farmers, it would be far better that these buildings, and I'm sure anybody would understand that when you get low buildings in with animals in them, you get all sorts of respiratory problems and all the rest of it. And farming has moved on from these days. I'm sure everybody respects that. And what you would see is an investment into buildings that are more compatible to working with farming sheep and enterprises, and there'd be far more farming indoors and given the ability from a health perspective of animals and put them in farm buildings. So we want to get the right balance between the right type of buildings in the countryside that works within farming practices to ensure those farming practices can go forward in a profitable way. And these buildings, in my mind, you could cut it up how you like, whether a member wants to say, oh, they're using the buildings so they wanted them. They would use them because they were the convenience of needing to use them at that particular time. If there is an option in growing the business and taking it forward and putting up proper buildings and using these buildings for alternative uses as diversification for living with the family living on the farm, I'm going to be supporting this application because, again, it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. And 3 councillors who spoke before you all spoke of the need for the barn there for the animals. We don't need to look at policy on this one. The last local plan took several years to come forward. The new one is out, has been out for consultation. That can be addressed in the new local plan that's being drawn up. So there is no need in my view, but I wondered if Mr. Rose, because there's been criticism of officers and I think it's unjustified, and Mr. Rose would like the right to reply.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I suppose only to say that I don't, that there's the role of the committee. Don't have to go with our officer recommendation. But I suppose what I would say is I don't see it as you going against our officer recommendation. I see it as going against your own local plan policies. And that's why I feel that when you depart from those policies, I need to give you a warning. And the reason of that as well is because our policies are in conformity with the NPPF. So in a way, you're not only departing from your local plan, your own policies, but you are then departing from central government planning policy and this whole drive for sustainability and climate change. And I feel that there's a bit too much weight being given to the personal circumstances of the case, which I have sympathy with, but as I said, we can't insist that this building is occupied by people that work on this farm. There would be nothing to stop us granting this consent tomorrow and this building being sold on to my mum and dad, whoever it might want to be. So I don't want that much weight given to those circumstances when we can't tie the use. But as I say, you don't have to go with officer recommendation, but I feel it is my role to flag up that, it's not the recommendation you're necessarily going against, it's the local plan and NPPF. And you need good reason to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. That's a very good response. Very well put. And how many times have we seen the old emotional thing come into these applications, family members, close relatives, all the rest of it. Anyway, we've had proposer, seconder. Councillor Chamberlain, you want to come back?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just briefly, just to say that I wholeheartedly support what Chris has just said, and also what Councillor Skinner said as well. I do understand the situation that these people are in. I have children myself. I'm in that background. With the animals, with farming, whether I do get it. The only thing I'd like to sort of put in there is the new local plan is being looked at, and this is where it's really key for us all to get involved with our communities and promote the fact that everybody gets to have an input into it to shape what they need in their area. Neighbourhood plans, it's down to us as their local councillors to get involved with them. Or Liscombe, if they need those properties for the younger generation, then please put in a neighbourhood plan, which we can work together with the new local plan to get these areas and secure them for them in the future for the younger generation to grow up and go forward. Maybe it is that there's older barns around in these rural areas that could be used, quite possibly. But when it comes forward and we've already got policies in place, and we seem to have this tussle amongst us with these applications sometimes. I just find it really, really frustrating. Actually, that's what we're about as councillors. Let's get out with our communities and promote the fact that get these policies in place with the neighbourhood plans, working together, put comments in on the local plan. What do you want? Where, and then maybe our policies would work correctly with moving forward with these planning applications. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chamberlain. Well said. Right, over to Mrs. Shaw, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, we have a motion to refuse for the 2 reasons as listed in the report. When your name is called, please would you indicate whether you're in support of the motion to refuse, whether you're against the motion to refuse, or whether you're abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bloxham.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Brown.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Chamberlain.
I support the motion to refuse.
Councillor Dasaram.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Gazzard.
Support.
Councillor Key.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Pratt.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Skinner.
Against the motion to refuse.
Councillor Woodward.
Support.
Councillor Ragg.
Support refusal.
Thank you. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes against the motion to refuse, and 1, 2, 3, 4 votes for the motion. So that is that's fallen, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Right. I see no hands up. Councillor Brown.
I'd like to propose that we agree to the proposal to convert to a unit.
Councillor Dasaram.
I would second what Councillor Brown has said, namely that this proposal should be, development should go ahead as per the application's wishes. So I would support what Councillor Brown has said.
I've just seen Councillor Howe. Has he been in the meeting? Have he?
No, I've only just come back, so I've only just
So anyway, you haven't heard this application then?
No, I've been listening, but I've not been part of it, so I can't play any.
No, you can't. Okay, so we've had a proposer and a seconder to grant approval to this. Over to you, Mrs. Shaw.
As with the previous application where we went against officer recommendation, we really need reasons from the proposer and seconder as to why we're granting permission. And I would also suggest delegating to officers in consultation with the chair and ward member any conditions they consider appropriate.
Thank you.
I think we should adopt the same reasons as last time.
I would go along with that, Chair, exactly as specified by Councillor Brown.
Thank you. And could you, Mrs. Shaw, enlighten us as to those reasons again, please?
If I could just have a second to find in my notes. This was.
If I can, Chairman, I think it was. I think it was the previous one was sustainable location, suitable design, and I think I assume from the debate we've had here as well that the building's no longer required for agricultural use.
If the proposer and seconder are happy with those as their reasons for going against officer recommendation.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Absolutely fine by me.
Thank you. And you're happy to delegate conditions as previously set out?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Members, when your name is called, please would you indicate whether you're in support of the motion to approve, you're against the motion to approve, or whether you're abstaining from the vote.
Councillor Bloxham.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Brown.
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Against the motion to approve.
Councillor Dasaram.
Support motion to approve.
Councillor Gazzard.
Against.
Councillor Key,
Support motion to approve.
Councillor Pratt,
Support.
Councillor Skinner,
Support the motion to approve.
Councillor Woodward,
Against.
Councillor Ragg.
Against.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes in support of approval, and 1, 2, 3, 4 votes against the motion to approve. So that's sorry, my mind's gone blank. The vote to approve is carried.
Thank you. Right, that brings our meeting to an end. I'd like to thank everyone, including any members of the public watching online, for taking part. However, can I just remind all those present that the supporting officer will confirm when the meeting is no longer being recorded or going live. Until then, your comments will be live to the public. Can I thank officers as well for all their help and support throughout this meeting when we've had a few technical problems. I think you handled it extremely well. Thank you very much.